Well, good evening, everybody, and welcome to yet another Play Dicely stream. My name is Teni Dicely, and I will be your game master for this evening. And as per the norm, Anthony, thank you for the random words at the start of the stream, and I would like to say hello to my wonderful cast and collection of friends. Hello to the lot of you.
Hello.
Hello.
Howdy.
As per the norm.
It's our last Play Dicely stream for 2022, so I've got some, at least what feels Christmassy music going on here. And happy holidays, everybody. Hope you're all staying safe, getting your family gatherings planned out and your goodies collected and all the good things. And also it is a special day as well, in that it is Anthony's birthday. Happy birthday, buddy.
Oh,
No one told me. Oh my god, this is embarrassing.
Wow.
Oy.
Somebody's getting the doghouse tonight. Well, hopefully that you've had yourself a great day, Anthony, and excited that you still wanted to do some Dungeons & Dragons, even though you are now way old.
Yeah, I'm like too old for this game now, actually. So.
Oh. Well, we can always play
Once you're-
businessmen and people.
Oh my god, fun.
no.
Yeah, you hit a certain age and you lose all interests, I'm pretty sure, so.
Marvelous.
Oh, we're gonna play Bunions in Business because we're old people now.
Can you
Hell
please
yeah.
roll up some rules for that game? I am actually very interested.
Oh,
Right,
boy.
I'll get right on that.
Bunions in business.
Well, I mean, aside from that, we don't really have any. I don't have really much announcements, so I'm gonna pass it over to Ryan for the tabletop. Thank you.
Hey, so as you heard, it's Anthony's birthday today. And as we all know, there's a song that you sing on people's birthday. But you know what? That song was copyrighted in the early 1900s by the Warner Chappell Music Company, which is a subsidiary of the Warner Music Group, which means that if you were making something, you'd have to pay a butt ton of money to sing happy birthday in whatever media you produced up until the year 2016, where it is now part of the public domain. So, you know what sucks about music being copyrighted? Paying out your butt for it. So, you want some music that's not copyrighted, that won't cost your butthole to explode with money? Hey, Tim Tabletop. He's got some great music on his website, Tabletop Audio, and you're gonna give Tim money, okay? He really deserves it. And if you're listening to the music on the stream, it enhances all the stuff that we're doing because it's so good. You should probably just give Tim your money so you can get some of it because it all slaps.
I wish my butthole would explode with money.
Yeah, that
So
sounds.
do, so do I.
Yeah, that sounds like a good problem to have. Hey,
Yeah.
Kumalai. Can't listen today because it's Chanukah, but we're gonna run the stream in the background. Aw, thank you so much, and happy Chanukah.
It's Hanukkah. CH goes.
I'm so ignorant. Ah. All right, well, I'm going to pass it over to Anthony with the follower thanks. And also, links are in the chat for Tim.
Get that. Get Timmy. Give him your money.
Get
like
your
Ryan
Timmy
said.
tunes.
Huge thank you to the following followers who have recently followed. We got Z5013_14. Thank you so much. And Retrovian _player _heavy this session. Thank you so much.
And thank you to you guys for doing those and for everybody making this work. I didn't think we were going to have, like, anybody to do a stream today. And you were all like, no, we're here. I'm like, well, all right, let's play some D&D then. Dallas coming in from the other side of the country this time.
Woo!
Yeehaw.
All right. Well, how's about we get to play in some D&D?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Fantastic. So, where we left off, the Seekers say farewell to Finn, Monty, and Timberstead and charter a wagon heading toward Eldamtown. Over the trip, Elwyn practiced magic as a wizard with Azaria's guidance, and eventually the party begins to make their journey off-road, heading toward the pearly paths of the Rinzar Peaks. Gideon plants one of the magical beans, which summoned a bullet, which the party slew and harvested as a gift for Draq's village, and what followed was many days of travel through the unending blizzard of the Pearly Pass. The trip was made easier thanks to Draq's familiarity with the area, his magic allowing the party to walk on snow, and Elwyn's tiny hut ritual allowing for somewhat comfortable rest. There were also signs of undead in the past, most notably a dead traveler that the party found and left in the snow, only for that same body to travel past their tiny hut while they rested. After 10 days in the Pearly Pass, the Seekers eventually emerged from the storm and into a pine forest amidst mountain peaks. Finding the Scalura di Tobor, or the Root of Life, a spring that fauna in the area gather peacefully around to drink, was one of the stopping spots before the party entered into Draq's home village of Darokarth. After the stop at the spring, the party entered Darokarth proper, a village of kobolds, lizardfolk, and metallic dragonborn built atop many levels of a large mesa resting in a mountain valley. Draq had a bittersweet reunion with his parents, Vera Silvertongue and Uldrish Brightscale, with a hollow spot left by the absence of Draq's brother Baz. Draq introduces the Seekers to his family and then to his friends Ito and Nava, and the party spent some time in the village planning trade and their next steps. And that brings us to where we left off on the morning after settling in to Draq's home, planning a visit with the village elders, the Doranaari of Darokarth. And so you guys find yourselves in the morning. It is, you wake up in the tent home of Draq and his parents. The skies outside are still gray and cloudy, with some diffused light making its way through, but not a whole lot. And you guys had a bit of a plan, but you've also got the morning to yourselves. What are your plans?
Draq would go do his normal routine. I think he would actually just run around the village for his morning workout, and then also stop by Ito's place to give him the gift that he promised to give him yesterday and forgot.
He is very excited about it. And so like do you mind if I cut a hole in it for the like, it's not really gonna fit on the horn?
You're right. Yeah, go ahead and do that. It's not
Nice.
gonna break anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna go get a knife.
Okay.
And
And
he
I
comes
will also
ba-
explain to him what a bee is.
Yeah, he has no idea.
Yeah.
But he likes the
Basically,
colors.
it looks like this. It's black and yellow, and it flies. The ones there though were giant, like the size of some of the insects that we see near the spring sometimes when they come down.
That is awesome.
Yeah, they're very cool.
Do you think it'll help me fly at some point?
The hat, no.
Okay, well,
The hat, no. I mean, maybe you could have someone enchant it if you wanted.
does anybody here know how to do that? I don't think I know anybody who knows how to do that.
Maybe one of the elders.
I'll ask around.
Okay,
Well, thanks for the hat, Draq.
you're welcome.
Right. You have your morning jog. You've gifted your gift, though a day late. And it's a lovely morning, Draq. Like, it's so easy to just get back into the routine, you know? You've been gone for so long, and now having just woke up, and you've been on the road for so long, it's nice to have a sense of the place where you feel grounded. But this time, you've got company with you,
Mhm.
to whom this is all very new.
I think he'll ponder that as he does his laps around the village. Just think how nice it is to have friends.
And a lot more since the last time you'd been here.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, the lot of you wake up. You'll find Draq's parents in the main central room in the tent as you guys kind of wake up and get yourselves ready for the day. Silvertongue, Draq's mother is actually taller than both him and his father. She's a lean silver dragonborn, and his father is just a nice, about the same height as Draq, golden dragonborn. But they're just taking their morning pretty easily. They offer you guys some food as you head out.
Is our
There's a-
plan to go straight to the elders today? Are we doing anything else?
No, not quite. I'm not sure if we'll be able to just walk right in and see them, but my uncle, not blood uncle, but anyways, he's the elder keeper. He is like the main protector of them, so we have pretty close. So we could probably talk to him and see if he can get us a meeting.
Okay.
Draq, is there anything we need to know about the elders or how your village operates before we go and talk to them? Because it seems like they do things in a certain way here, and I worry that we might, speaking for the group, not just for myself, that we might like put our foot in our mouth or do something like that. And again, that's everyone that I'm concerned about and not specifically just me.
You are
Yeah.
the only one who speaks this language.
Ha!
This is true.
Fuck. Yeah.
So,
I won't be much help.
So that speaking now speaking just for me, anything I should know. I was worried about everyone, but you know.
Well, the elders they present themselves in such a way that you do not see their faces at any point. They wear large masks that essentially create a kind of intimidating facade to them. Like massive tower shields over their faces and front parts of their body. And each one represents a different pillar of our culture here. So.
And is it known who they are when they're not like on duty? Are they always just in like a certain area? Or are they always like covered, or how does that?
The elders know, and we don't know who they are.
Okay. So they're always kind of in their area.
As far as I know. I think
Interesting.
I don't know if Draq would know this, Denny. We talked about this.
I mean, like, there's certain things you could probably put together. Like, it was probably a bit more of a mysticism when you were younger, but, you know, growing up and having, you know, a bit of a common sense, you're like, okay, there's probably a certain way that these people have to live. Like, these...
Like Santa Claus.
Yeah.
I mean,
that
what?
kind of thing.
Santa's real, kids.
But it's
Don't worry.
but it's like, you know, a respect thing and the culture thing. So it's like, you know, that these are people in the village, but...
Yeah, so I will explain that as well. So yes, sometimes they will all speak at once in unison, which is kind of creepy, but don't pay that much mind. And Nell, if you're okay with it, I may either have you do some talking because you're much better with words than I am, or you can just translate to our friends here. Up to you.
Yeah, either way, I guess I suppose we should all be on the same page then about what exactly, Draq, like, what is it that you want to tell them? What is it you would like to know from them? Because I feel like we have a lot of loose threads, but we need to choose wisely.
Indeed.
Because
Well,
I don't know how much they're going to want to give us.
Right. And I don't know if I want to tell them right off the bat about the druids. Just become very wary of who to trust over my journeys.
Yeah.
And outside of you five, I'm not so sure.
Well,
And my parents, but you know.
I guess it would be helpful for us to know. I don't know if we already know this. You might have to remind us. So, Boz was sent out by them, right? For some reason that you're not aware of.
I believe that's correct.
If that's
DM?
what you believe.
Okay.
That's the worst answer. in the
Good.
world.
You suck.
Yes, Buzz left. He was given a mission by the elders to seek out an imbalance out in the world somewhere. And he would not tell us what it was. So then I went to the elders themselves, and after some time had passed, and I wanted to go after Buzz. 'Cause there was an imbalance in my family.
And they approved that.
They did.
Okay.
So it was
Okay.
rather strange given how things usually go around here.
Right.
As far as I know, Baz and I are the only ones who have ever been given a blessing to leave the village.
Draq,
Gideon.
do you remember if Baz had any sort of symbols on him when we saw him?
He had his holy symbol from Torvishtak.
It was
He
the
was not
fish stock
displaying
one.
it proudly, but it was tucked beneath his armor.
Okay. Just remember hearing some things a long time ago about Baz is copper or bronze?
He is a copper.
Copper. I remember hearing a rumor a long time ago that there was a copper dragonborn that I saw in passing. Apparently, people say he was muttering to himself. People thought he was crazy. So, just wanted to make sure it was the same guy after, meeting him and all that stuff. So, didn't want to, I don't know. All right, but hearing that not many people get to leave, Darokarth sort of just locked that in for me. I think something's up with Baz as well. That may not be normal.
I mean, I would not put it past you.
Yeah, so whatever symbol you saw, if it is the one from Darokarth, then
It was.
maybe we ought to be wary.
Well, it was his holy symbol. It's the same kind of one that I wear.
Okay.
His is fashioned a little bit differently because we all try to make our own or have someone make it for us, but it was the same design.
Of course. Just don't know why he'd be muttering to himself is all.
Maybe he was praying. I do that too sometimes.
Maybe.
I've had some people give me some really strange looks when I've prayed before.
Fair enough. Just
Do you always pray like semi-naked in the rain? Because that could be like a big part of it. Like I overlooked
Look,
it.
now, the way that I practice my faith is up to me.
Oh yeah. I'm not like shaming. I'm just saying like that's
When
not
you
how
say it like that, it
most.
sounds like you are.
Well, I'm just saying like that most people would like that's not how like, most people pray. So that's perhaps why. Like if that's like the main way you pray, perhaps why people thought perhaps it was strange.
Perhaps they are strange.
I mean, yeah, definitely.
Anyways,
my
I'm
only
definitely going to ask
thoughts-
the elders about Buzz. That is for
Yeah.
certain.
Yeah, my only thoughts is with seeing how you've developed in your powers and all that. Maybe he was talking to someone. That's all. Also, hi, Izmir.
A couple more questions as well. this because I'm not super familiar with like the way your village operates.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a reason that is given to the people in Darokarth of why no one leaves?
Well, for one, that deadly blizzard we just came through kind of keeps us here. It's not wise to go out there. That's really the only way in or out. But otherwise, look around us, I say as we are exiting the tent. We have everything we need here. Why would we leave? We have fresh water, we have abundance of food when we need it. The hunters go out, they hunt, they come back. We use everything of the animal when we catch it. Fishstock provides.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. To your knowledge, are you and Boz the first ones to have left? Like, ever, or just in a long
No.
time?
Others have left before during times of hardship, but they were never seen again.
Okay. Good to know.
And then the travelers who we find in the blizzard, or in the pines surrounding it, they are, of course, allowed to leave. We don't keep them trapped here forever, but I think we make sure that they're prepared for the journey back.
Okay, makes sense. All right, so we're asking about Boz. I'm assuming that's something that will have to be delicate.
I've been going over how I will bring this up, because if Boz was not willing to tell me, I don't know if the elders will be.
Are you going to tell them kind of everything that you told your parents last night, like everything that happened with him?
Do you think that's a good idea? Do you think that would help?
I don't know if I would start with it, but it might be an avenue to take if they're not willing to share any information about what his mission was.
Yeah.
Because I think it would be helpful to know if what we saw Boz doing was what they told him to do, or if he's now going down a different path and perhaps aligned with something else.
Okay, that's a good idea. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then otherwise, we need to get some sort of lead on where this other enclave is, but maybe we feel out how the interaction with the elders goes first. Maybe first we ask about Boz, see if we can glean anything about their vibes. Though it will be hard because, like I said, you will not be able to see their faces.
Right.
Could you do that truth thing that you did on
Mm.
Monty?
I would not try to perform any sort of tricky magic in front of the rulers of my village.
Yeah.
May
That
not
seems
end
like a
well
way
for-
to get kicked out.
Indeed. We may have to rely on our innate keen senses.
Well, you've seemed got a good sense about that already, Draq.
hmm Much harder, though, when you can't see the reactions on someone's face.
Hmm. Yeah.
Probably the point of the masks. What was I gonna say? Oh, will we be leaving our weapons before we go in?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
I've gone in there with my spear, and
It might be different because we're outsiders, though.
perhaps.
Yeah.
Also, Draq, on that note, you are a member of the RTC Malacta, so there is a bit of a trust in you.
Right. So, yes, they may ask the rest of you to put your weapons somewhere. But I can try to vouch for us. But I don't see why we would need them. The elders are not going to attack us.
Yeah. I mean, if it's like better to leave them if that potentially shows a sign of good faith, because that could get us more answers than being really if we fight them on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so information about Boz, hopefully, and then based on the way the conversation goes, questions about the druids.
I'm trying to remember. Was there something else we needed to ask them about? The undead in the pass.
Oh yes.
I feel that is, especially if Ido heard about it, I feel they may be an opportunity for us to assist them in exchange for information. If we feel we have time for that.
Right.
If not, we can strike out on our own. That goes well for us usually.
Yeah.
The other thing is if you refer to the elders, and I will point out which one is which, they all represent one of the heads of Ishtak. They have their own specific names.
Okay.
So the elder of evil is Doranaari Dagra. Each one is Doranaari and then the name. There is the good one is Draq. Law is Dimut. Chaos is Dirigat. And power is Divers.
You got all that now?
Oh
Sure.
yeah.
Cue card you could maybe hand
Yeah.
us with those.
If by any chance you had that written down anywhere, somewhere that I could transfer
Certainly.
into my journal, that would just be really
Impossible.
helpful. Oh wow,
With-
fantastic!
With Elwyn breaking her warlock pact, books and writing no longer exist.
Oh no, damn it, Elwyn! How could you do this?
I've crippled myself as a wizard as well.
What was the first one? What was evil?
Dagra.
Oh, it's up there. I couldn't see it. I see.
Yes.
Speaking of magic, I was planning to cast Comprehend Languages a couple times today because I am so tired of not understanding what's going on around here.
That is fair.
So, Nell, if you want to focus on a conversation, I can translate for everyone else.
Okay.
But also, and I don't know if this is a good idea, Draq, perhaps the elders may not appreciate, but I could create a telepathic bond between all of us so that we could speak to between ourselves and our minds.
Well,
in case
I think that'd be
comes
good
up.
because then translation could kind of happen without having to talk over the elders.
indeed.
Just keep
I don't
things
know
more
if they would
focused.
take offense if they knew.
I don't know either, but I also don't know how they would know.
I mean,
don't
yeah,
know
if
how
we do it
magically
before-
inclined they are.
Do it a bit beforehand. No, that's just the way we always are as a group.
We just know each
We're
other
just-
so
No,
well.
we're just always love people in your head.
But I think that's a wonderful idea.
I need 10 minutes for both of those and they'll last an hour.
Okay.
So
well,
before we go in.
sure. That should be fine. And we can also bring this up with Armash, my uncle. He may give us some information about that too, though he does work for the elders, so we should be careful with what we say around him as well. But, so yes, let's start with that. Let's go see Armash, get us a meeting somehow, and we'll go from there.
Can I have
before-
casted Comprehend Languages before we kind of left for the day as well?
Sure.
How long does it last?
An hour. So,
Okay.
you know, as long as I can make it work for, I'll do it a couple times today if possible.
Before we head out, Draq will just run back inside, give his parents a hug and a kiss, and then head out.
They both, of course, give you the biggest hugs before you head out. And your father says to you, "Yeah, I'm sure your uncle would be really happy to see you back.
Have you spoken much with him? Have you guys gotten together?
A little bit, but not so much. He knows what you've relayed home to your mother.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. Well, I will tell him you say hi.
Yes, please do.
Okay. Mother, father, and he runs out.
Fantastic. Well, as far as finding Armash, you very well are aware that he would likely be in the courtyard at the meeting place, the main temple.
Great. I will lead the party up the mesa.
To Kiss Jen Kilek,
Yes.
meeting center. So, Elwyn, you get your spell cast, so you have your comprehend languages up, and Draq takes you guys further up the mesa, up to the top tier of this place, and there are some basic housing units, but they don't look residential. Everything up on this top tier seems to have purpose, seems to have specific function, and then one final smaller tier above that, up some grand stairs. These are the only stairs you guys have seen in this whole village, leading up to a temple made of stone, also one of the only stone structures here. A grand temple with draconic reliefs and iconography. It is a fantastic feat of architecture amidst this village of skin and bone and wood made tents. This is something a bit more thoughtful. And making your way up these dozens of stairs, you're eventually brought into a courtyard that is surrounded on all sides by the walls of the temple. And there are, similar to the outfit you'd originally seen Draq in, individuals who are going through movements of martial arts in outfits of green and yellow. And observing them, somebody of a bit more of authority. An older dragonborn with large horns that curl up and back. An older bronze. To make sure, brass, my apologies, not bronze. Brass dragonborn. Quite fit, though a bit the weight of years on him. And he is just observing as these trainees go through their exercises. Draq, that is your Uncle Armash.
Draq will just stand and watch. Actually, I'm going to try to sneak up behind Armash.
Very well. Go ahead and make a stealth check.
Yes, sir.
However, unfortunately, I'll have to make you have it with disadvantage because you're walking in with a group of outsiders.
11.
And even with the disadvantage, his observation is very much focused on his trainees. All right, so what is it you're going to do?
Whoop.
And he whips around to see, is a student pranking me? And he whips back around the other way.
Hello, Uncle.
Hello, nephew. Welcome home.
Thank you. It's good to see you.
All right, hold on. And he kind of grand gestures to the students around him. Everyone take a break. I've got words with this one here. And everyone takes a moment to breathe, and they all go off, get water, chat amongst themselves. Well,
Make that sound very what's the word? Daunting.
Well, we were in training.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
You're very casual. But
Mhm.
it is...
Uncle, these are my friends.
And very excitable. Very well. And this... He has, like... Boz was buff. And Draq is quite lean. This guy has... kind of somewhere in between, but he's got, like, stature. He's got authority with him as well.
He's bleen.
Bleen? I don't...
He's
buff and
bleen.
lean. Gotcha. Wow.
And he doesn't bluff.
That's right.
But he turns to everyone and does a light bow.
Draq will point out each of his friends, name them, and then say, "My friends, this is my uncle Armash, Elder Keeper." And then he will also say to Armash, most of them don't speak the dragon tongue, except for and point at Nell.
It's an
Melchior.
honor to meet you, Melchior.
So polite.
People keep saying that. Should I be less polite? I just felt
No.
like. Never mind.
Nell, you don't have to be that polite around Armash. It's family. It's okay.
Okay. Well, nice to meet you.
Well, I mean, it is good as far as making a first impression goes, so I respect it. Your parents, Dracul, tell me of your brother is not returned.
Correct, yes. Was hoping to come back with him, but such is the work, I suppose. But I've come back to inquire about him, actually. I was hoping we could get a meeting with the elders.
Well, I'm sure they would be very interested in speaking with you as well, so we can have that arranged. Is your company, and he kind of like looks to the group, are they necessary to be in that as well?
I would like them to be. They're my companions. I would not be here without them.
And alone strength does not a warrior make. Very well. Be sure to run through them some of the respectful protocol, and I'm sure it will be fine to include them.
We did bring a gift.
Respectable. What may I inquire? Or
Oh,
is that a secret?
I think you can know. Do you know what I believe it's called a bullet is?
Not familiar.
It is a creature that burrows through the ground. And Draq will just hold up his bracers. We've killed 2 now.
Well, those are fierce. Do they
Creature
weigh much?
Twice the size of you, actually.
Oh, well. A fitting kill, then.
Indeed. We've brought its crown.
I'm sure it will make a fantastic gift.
I think so as well.
So when would you need to speak with them?
I suppose as soon as they're available would be fine with us, but
And he looks up to, like, the cloudy sky. Perhaps come back when the shadows of the clouds begin to darken. Past midday.
very well. In the meantime, is there... I suppose I can ask you, did Boz ever tell you anything?
It was not my business to know.
Please, Uncle, if there's anything at all, the smallest bit of information.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Oh, man. God. Ah. You know what? Roll 20. Fuck!
Ooh! I'm sorry, Jakul. You know, if I knew anything, I would love to help.
Is he lying to me?
Make an insight check. And do you make that with disadvantage because you failed on a check with him?
Charisma checks
It's
are now
charisma,
at
okay.
disadvantage.
Based on your insight check of 23, Jesus Christ, he actually doesn't know anything.
All right. Draq will just put his hand on Armash's forearm and just squeeze it and say, "Thank you, Uncle. We'll be back later. Would you mind if I gave my friends a tour of the meeting center?"
By all means. You have permission, access to pretty much everywhere you need to be. Don't disrupt the training, if you don't mind.
I will not do any further disruption. Don't worry.
Fantastic. I will seek to gather the elders together for later after this. So, very well.
Thank you. Mom and Dad say hi.
I will tell them hello again.
All right, friends. Let's go take a walk.
And he claps loudly and yells out to the students all right, let's get back into formations. Right. Draq, what are some details about this place?
All right. So I think, knowing his friends, he will first take them to the place of study, and just kind of walk into this stone room just through a large open archway that has stone shelves just built into the walls, and there are scrolls, and it's mostly just scrolls, not a lot of bound material here. Maybe like a dozen tomes total over the entirety of this relatively large room. But it's just scrolls of various, mostly written in Draconic or runes. There's some primordial there as well. But yeah, mostly... yeah, I'm not really sure what would be kept here. Draq isn't a keeper of lore, so not his purview.
Yeah, I mean, there are probably also some on some of these scrolls and whatnot, there might be tables that have open scrolls on them. Not everything might be written. Some of these might be pictograms, visual stories that are being recorded or maybe translated into a medium that's more fit for the populace that might be less literary.
Yeah, Draq will probably point out some scrolls that have descriptions of animals in the past for the hunters to learn what they're going up against out in the wild there. So kind of like bestiaries contained to single pages.
Yeah, I mean it's a cozy place. Not a lot of, and any light sources in here are mostly fire, candles. Not really anything extravagant like the magical light sources you've seen in Bro Bar and Fallon Bridge. It's a very down to earth kind of living here.
Yeah. Otherwise, I think he would show off the other kind of wings of the meeting center. So the training areas, where the weapons are kept. He'll show the staircase down to where the cave to the lore keepers area is, but he's not allowed to go down there, so he will not take his party down there.
Why aren't you allowed down there?
It is for the Lord Keepers. They go down, they see the stories in the cave, and they bring them back out to transcribe. I've been there down, or been down there before. Nava snuck me in a couple times. But I should not go without an actual Lord Keeper. Could get into some big trouble.
They see them in the cave?
Yes, there's carvings down on the stone.
Oh. Is there any lore about the carvings? Have they always been here?
We could go find Nava and ask.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions for her.
Mhm. I guess what else would be in there, Denny? Like an area to prepare food, maybe, because that's where the feasts are held.
Yeah, I mean, like, there are, like, storage areas of, like, ceremonial objects, you know, like, lots of furniture to bring out during the grand feasts and whatnot. But yeah, as far as, like, extravagancies go, that's kind of it.
Yeah, it would be very, like, focused on its purpose.
It is, in essence, a monk's temple, so...
Yeah. Yeah. Let's give him a tour. You know, Armash said that we couldn't disrupt the training, but if we wanted to hop in, I'm sure he wouldn't say anything. He wanted to get some more practice with your rapier, Elwin. Armash
I'm
is
not
very...
sure these people would be as kind to me as you were.
Well, I am one of them, so I maybe get a +1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Please, so real, Draq. If we were going to do anything, I would love to go back and look at some of those scrolls. That's more my speed.
Okay. We can spend some time in there. We were told not to come back until midday, and this place is not that big, so kind of giving you all I can show.
I mean, some of those scrolls with like the animals and stuff you've hunted in the area, I'd love to. I mean, I can't read them, but if you could help like transcribe them to me, I'd love to include them in my druid book about the flora and fauna of this area.
Sounds good. Why am I not surprised that all we want to do is go sit in a library? Come, let's go.
I mean, or, you know, we could, if you want to show me these things in nature, I'd be down to go explore around here a bit.
Yes, the forests are pretty safe.
What kind of trees
Occasional-
are in that forest again, by the way?
Hmm?
What kind of trees are in that forest again?
They're like pine or something like
trees?
that.
Yeah.
Like coniferous trees
Alright.
that last through the winters.
I
But
think,
it's always winter, so they just are always here.
I think I might tag along. I'm gonna go collect some pine needles.
Okay, well, I think for now, just because we have to be, you know, back with Armash, we can go check out the forest later. But for now, we can peruse the scrolls.
Sounds good.
Right. Well, Anthony, you have a list of
I sure do. But...
possible wildlife of the area. You can share that with Azaria.
Cool. I will just roll for each list here and pick one out of each one.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. So Draq will just grab 3 scrolls at random from each kind of section. So the first one he grabs is about some of the rodent type creatures in the area. So there's some descriptions of Arctic rabbits, stoats, and other furry rodents that live in the Ringzar Peaks. And then the second one here. The second one that we get here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh. He pulls a scroll about polar bears that sometimes roam through the forests and near Ruane Springs. And there's like descriptions of like their teeth, like the length of the teeth, what each part of the polar bear can be used for. Mostly it's the fur because it's very warm. And also makes note of like their ferocity and how you should never attack them by yourself because that's dumb.
Formal document.
Yeah. And then the last one. Ooh, interesting. Draq isn't super familiar with this one as he pulls it out, but he unfurls it, and it is about these tiny little ice creatures. They're almost like fairies that apparently explode when destroyed. So they're not really useful for anything, but you just gotta watch out for them.
Yeah, let's okay, so if we see any small fairies, don't attack them or get close to them.
Mm-hmm. I'm lucky I've never encountered this one, but someone has at some point.
Have you ever encountered a polar bear? That thing sounds vicious.
I don't think I have, no. Other bears, yes. But hunters better than I'm sure have. Otherwise we would not have such a bestiary.
Well, thanks for sharing this with me.
Of course. If you see any others that look interesting, go ahead and grab them. We have a little bit more time before we have to go back.
Otherwise, we could just expedite the day unless anybody has anything particular that they want to do within like an hour or two's time.
You want to
Just
talk to
collecting.
Nava? I don't know where she is.
If I had to guess, she's either down in the caves or probably still at home, preparing for her day.
We can talk to her later then.
Yes. I'm sure it'll be easy to find her. I can always send her a message too.
Sure.
Are there any pictogram stories of legends, Draq?
Oh, I'm sure there are.
Might be worthwhile perusing as many as we can.
That's kind of what I was thinking. With comprehend languages, I can try to read through any of these scrolls that are not written in languages we understand.
Worth a shot. And Draq will kind of turn his attention to like the lore keepers section of this library where like the old ones are. And I think they might be like covered by like a wooden slat or something, like something covering it to prevent excess dust from getting on them. And he'll like gingerly pull that up and just say like, be very careful.
Of course, Draq.
Technically, we shouldn't touch these, but they're busy training, so go quicker.
Okay. We're just kind of pulling things down at random. I don't know if there's any way to like really any sort of sorting system in here.
Yeah. Is there a
My-
Dewey Decimal System in this scrolls?
A dragon decimal system.
I'm looking for the oldest looking one.
I feel like some of them would probably have like the wooden like scroll like handles on them.
Right.
Or there's some that are just like old pieces of parchment. I guess probably a mix of that in there.
All right. Firstly, Nell, go ahead and make an investigation check because you're looking for perception check. Sorry, well, because you're looking for the oldest one. Elowen, you go ahead and make an investigation check because you're trying to figure out what the system is.
Can I
21.
assist at all?
23.
How would you be assisting, Adam?
Probably just trying to talk through it with Elowen and being like, well, this sort trying to find correlations and pointing them out as I find them. if there is any system of organization that I would be able to recognize.
I think because you don't know either of the language and Elwyn has magic that is assisting her currently, I don't think that'll work this time around. But a 23 is not bad.
Not bad. Eh? Okay.
And Christy, you say you got a 21?
Yeah.
All right. So let's see. So now you find one that looks quite exceptionally old. Take it down, put it on table, unravel it. Let's odd or even.
Odd.
It is unfortunately written in primordial.
Good thing I know that.
Yeah, I mean,
I was
Draq
gonna
can
say,
read
or
it for you.
toss
but-
it over here.
Yeah.
Or
I got a
Edelman is.
primordial if you want to trade me for a celestial or a draconic. Or a dwarvish or a sylvan or an elvish or
Well, in regards to Elwyn's results, is there any particular type of thing you're looking for?
I mean, I think I'm interested in like their recorded history and their recorded legends and folklore.
All right. You find something suitable and written in Draconic, so perhaps then you and Nell can trade.
Well, she has comprehend languages up, so she can read them all.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if Nell wanted to read
I
one.
don't.
Oh, right.
I
Yeah.
want to read one.
Sure, we can switch.
Danny, what are you thinking?
In
You
regards,
thinking one of the eras, or
yeah, I think in regards to what Chris or what Nell found, probably would be like kind of the migratory story.
Cool.
Which it talks of like how their roots, the Dragonborn roots anyway, started off in like the further south in what it describes as similar to what you guys would know as the Dragonfire Wastes. They traveled northward after receiving like a word, a vision. Some of the seers of their clan got this divine message to move. And they traveled north, came across groups of lizard folk closer to the Wildegland wetlands, and then like headed west, crossed the mountains, and picked up clans of kobolds along the way, and eventually settled after finding this eye of the storm that is now Darokarth. So it was a migration and a collecting of people.
is there any mention in that about the building that we currently stand in?
At the building, like, it wasn't here. Like, this was built by the people that moved here.
Okay.
Unless you have a note that's different from mine.
I don't think I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I do.
Okay. And in regards to what? So that was what Nell found and gave to Elwyn. What Elwyn found and gave to Nell. Oh. It talks a bit about like Itmen Kiar, like the one day of the year where the sky is clear and this place gets to see sun. There's with the opening of the sky, like, it's always fascinating for these people to like see the stars, like have their own interpretations of what the constellation means, get to see the aurora borealis, like just this color demonstration in the sky when night comes around. And then there are also people who say they swear that they could see like clouds shaped like a village up in the sky. But it's just so, like, nothing defined, of course, but it seems to be like a recurring sighting on that day.
Very cool. For that history piece, does that like align timeline-wise with the desolation? Is that what happened? That they were pre-warned?
Looking for like timelines, it was roughly 300 years ago when this migration happened.
And do we know if they worshipped Vishtak back then also? Draq?
I think what it would have been is they received this vision and then they did the what's the name when you do a long trek for faith?
Oh, pilgrimage.
Thank you. They did a pilgrimage, and probably through that trial were ordained to the faith of Vishtak because this otherworldly being was guiding them to the dragon home.
Okay. Yeah, that's all very fascinating.
Indeed. So you can see why I was very surprised to hear that dragons were the cause of so much pain.
Yes.
I'm sorry
It's
if
certainly
being here is painful for all of you.
none of these people had anything to do with it.
I hope not.
Well, roughly a couple of hours pass as you guys go through these scrolls and take a look around at things. And it's probably getting about midday.
All right. Good library session, my friends. Let's
I mean, could there be a bad library session?
I mean, the first one was
when there's
difficult.
ghosts,
Yes,
yeah.
I was going to say.
Yep. Disregard.
Yeah, 50
Are we
years.
going? Are we going straight to the elders now? Should I? Yes.
Well, let's have a chat with Armash. He's probably still in the courtyard, and we'll see what he says. But if you
Okay.
think it would, I guess, because we're in private, if you wanted to do your thing now, might as well.
That's more what I'm thinking. If we don't want to seem overly suspicious.
Sure, I'll watch the door.
Okay. I'll take the 10 minutes to cast telepathic bond. All of us.
Also, as a side note, does anyone remember where we heard that story about like the king in the castle, like above what we assume is this area, who
From
like
Charity, wasn't it?
was it Charity that told us that?
I think it was
Okay.
charity, yeah.
The first time we met her.
Wonderful.
Dallas wasn't
Thank
even
you.
there.
But
Yeah, I was trying to- I'm like, someone told it
rewatched
to
the
us.
episodes like crazy.
Yeah, thank you.
So your 10 minutes goes by, and you cast that spell. So, could you let everyone know what their capabilities are now?
You forge a telepathic link among up to 8 willing creatures. It just links all of our brains. It's just a telepathic bond. We can all communicate through the bond, whether or not we have a common language. Good for us. Communication's possible over any distance, but not different planes of existence. So none of you go through any portals.
Oh, damn it. Today was my portal hopping day.
It only lasts for an hour, so after an hour you can do that.
Should plant a bee and see if you get a portal.
This guy with his beans, man.
I've got a bean agenda. What can I say? All right. So, you guys head back out to the courtyard, and indeed, Armash is there. Though he's like, it looks like training is basically done at this point for now. Everyone's likely on a lunch break, and he's waiting around for you.
All right. Uncle, we're back.
Dracul, all right, are you ready? I've gotten them together.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for doing that. Is there anything we could do for you in exchange?
That won't be necessary. It is my duty.
I suppose so. One moment. Draq will unfurl the portable hole and jump in. Don't mind me.
What is how did
And he'll hoist the crown out of there.
my, that is impressive. And also, is this permanent? Dracul,
He'll
there is a hole in the
scoop-
courtyard.
He'll scoop the hole back up.
Okay, the hole is gone.
Uncle, there are myriad wonders beyond Darokarth.
So it seems.
For example, all of these wonderful people.
It is lovely to hear that you talk strongly of your pack, so
Mhm.
must be a cohesive unit.
We got there.
Adam.
We try.
Do we want to say cohesive?
It's like dysfunctionally
like-
functional.
I was thinking like diagonal.
We
Like-
fail forward.
Yeah.
Best
We
you
make
can
it
hope for
work.
sometimes.
Oh,
Yeah. Abe, do you mind helping me with the crown? It's pretty heavy.
Of course. I will reach down and grab it from him.
I feel like you could probably just take this on your own.
And then I will also offer a hand to pull him out of the hole.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, I believe we also have. So we got the Denny, everything, or gang, I guess, anything in the portable hole of nastiness. Do we still have all that?
We ate a bunch of meat, right?
Yeah, all
Yeah.
the meat
I don't know
is
what's in
gone.
the
there.
meat's been
so
eaten,
that's-
yeah.
Yeah,
Then I think
I'll
everything
erase
else
that.
is because we still
Everything
had the
else is there.
claws and the I don't have it open right now, but we still have the claws and the teeth or whatever it
Yeah.
was we harvested.
We have 4 bullet claws, the hide, and 11 gold pieces worth of bullet teeth. I don't think we got rid of them. I think the discussion was that we could trade them
Yes, 'cause we were
for
thinking for something for Elwyn. Yeah.
Elwyn's.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we didn't do that. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I could
but
also
that,
clean
that
it
trade
s-
was not made.
I could also clean it so it's no longer the portable hole of nastiness.
I mean, I think it's been cleaned. We're just calling it nasty, anyways.
Ah, very good.
Um,
Very well.
yeah. I will quickly ask my friends. Actually, my friends, I feel bad. Gathering the others is not exactly something that just happens. Would you be okay if I gave one of the pieces of the bullet to Armash as a gift?
Not at all.
Yeah, that's
Whatever
fine.
you think is right. Yeah.
Draq will grab 2 of the teeth and present them to Armash and say, I know you said you didn't want anything, but come on, these teeth are cool.
It would be rude of me to decline. I will accept.
Make a necklace out of them.
And we have 5 more chances to collect teeth, so
Oh, because the beads.
Oh.
yeah, no
Took me a
big.
second too. I was like,
Yeah, we've got a endless bullet supply actually, so we are good to go.
Plant 5 beans,
Endless
get
to
Gideon's gun
5.
ready.
Yeah.
5 bullets is all I need.
Yep.
Oh, amazing.
But yes, Uncle, we are ready.
Great, very well. Come with me.
How has the temperament of them been since I've been gone?
As far as I'm aware, it's there are, of course, I'm sure maybe you've even seen something coming back in, but there are apparently talks of spirits in the pass.
Yes. We
So-
encountered a creature as an undead of some kind.
So there are people who are talking of omens and superstitions. So that might be weighing heavily on them.
All right. Well, hopefully we won't need to offer our services, but if something needs to be done, then we can exchange our prowess for information about Buzz.
Well, that'll be between you and the Doranaari.
All right. Thank you, Uncle. Do we need to leave our weapons?
If you don't mind, I will take them with me and keep them safe in the storeroom.
Mine as well, or?
You may keep yours as you are a member of the Artissima Lacta.
Very well. Sorry, friends.
Oh, good. I'll hand
As
over my rapier and my crossbow.
Just a giant pile of weapons in
Yeah.
Shimash's arms.
Unload my entire arsenal.
Yeah,
Those fighter things. Clank,
yeah.
clank, 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 clank.
Oh, this longbow I forgot about. And, oh, here's my dagger.
yeah. Got my 2 twin swords. Pulls out pistol. Pulls out blunderbuss. Pulls out musket. Sets them all down.
Alright, I'm going to need to make a couple of trips, but your weapons will be fine.
Thank you, Uncle.
Of course, of course.
Every time we get asked to pull all these out, it makes me realize how ridiculous it is that we carried this many things on us.
You can
That'd be
speak
really
for
funny.
yourself.
I wouldn't think about it too much.
Alright. So, within this courtyard, there is yet another set of stairs that leads up to a smaller, taller, like almost like a tower within this courtyard. And Armash has kind of guided you to that direction. That is where you'll need to go. And of course, Draq knows this place as well. So, you climb yet another small set of stairs up towards this tower. It has large stone double doors, and currently there are 2 Artissima Lacta stationed at either side. More of the lawkeeper, like a bit more of the heavier armor of them. Though a lot of that is like fur and like teeth and bone kind of detailing. And they pull open these large doors for the group of you. And inside, it is this circular room. And there is like a scent of incense within this place. There is a hole in the roof of this tower that allows natural light to come in, and windows kind of along, like dotting the entire length of it. So natural light comes in different points and illuminates the leftover smoke that might have been in here. There's a bit of a haziness to this place. And it's just a like single level in here. Kind of a bowl divots slightly to the floor. And at the opposite end of the room, kind of following the curvature of the wall, there are like almost shapeless forms. As Draq kind of described to you earlier, these large shields, like the height of a person, and like dark blankets thrown over top so that you can only see the front of the shield. 5 of these individuals are at the opposite side of this room. And the shields are detailed with a like green quartz, almost like a jade, along with like metal detailing, draconic faces on these shields. And as the group of you enter in, They all say in unison.
Draqul Viridrish. Welcome home.
Draq would take a deep breath. Walk forward. Holy shit, that's terrifying. God damn. Yeah, he'll just walk forward with the crown in hand. I guess with Abe as well. Mighty elders, we present the crown of a mighty beast.
One of them says, as you put the crown down,
Your offering is blessed.
and of course this is all in Draconic, so those of you who can't really understand, you'll just have to have the telepathic translations going on.
Thank you for your blessing.
You have returned home, and we here without your brother.
This is true. I was unable to return him. I fear he has strayed his path.
But you have found him?
Yes, he lives, at least, since I last saw him.
So, what is his business out there, as you say he strays from his path?
I was hoping you could tell me.
I'll have you make a persuasion check.
Do I do real dice? Do I do digital? I don't know. I'm gonna do digital.
Got any of that sweet, sweet inspiration, man?
Yeah, some of that perspiration.
I don't have none of that.
Can we give?
No. Dang it, guys. You know this.
No, sorry.
All right, come on.
What he is set out to do is what? If he told you anything, that is what he was allowed to share.
He didn't tell me anything. But I don't believe that you would send him out to slay dragons, would you?
Slay dragons?
Yes.
You hear murmurings between them as they don't even the shields don't even shift to really look at each other. You just hear whispers underneath the blankets and movement of them.
Mm-hmm.
He was informed that there was an imbalance, and apparently he had felt that. We knew the imbalance was coming, and so we blessed him to go pursue that.
Wait, you did not tell him there was an imbalance?
No. But we were aware it was coming.
What of the rest of our people? Are they aware?
No. But it might become more present due to the current circumstances reported by the Hiroki.
Yes, I've been informed and witnessed some of what you speak of. But if we could return to Baz for a moment. Slaying dragons does not seem like something that would right an imbalance.
No,
Not
he is clearly out of line. Do you have any proof of this?
not beyond my own witness and my friends here.
So these eyes have also seen him slaying dragons.
Well, he has not slain a dragon before us, but he brought a dragon chained and paraded it through a city as a trophy.
Yes, even that is taboo, but then you say what you say. You do not have actual proof that he is slaying them.
Other than his word that he has defended himself against them or gone out of his way to hunt them. He has even used harsh magic against them to banish them from this realm, albeit for a short time.
A moment to confer.
And
Of course.
you guys hear hushed tones amidst the slight pulling back of blankets as these people talk amongst each other.
Draq will just turn around to his friends and just be like
We're all telepathically linked, right?
yeah.
Remember, we heard that they caught those dragons. And they did kill them. The two dragons we fought in Valenbridge, they caught them because one was trying to carry the other one, so it was slow.
We're making our own assumptions. We assume it's Boz, but if they're asking for proof, all we have is rumor.
True.
But if he was, this imbalance thing does seem like what we're actually trying to deal with.
Should we tell them?
Let's see what they say first, and then perhaps, yeah.
All right.
We have conferred. The Levakivi have upon their walls a prophecy that was left long ago that may have impacted our decision to allow Bazul to leave on this goal of balance. One of two brothers would set out to fix this, and the other would be his adversary. It seems, if what you're saying is in fact truth, we should never have allowed Baz to leave.
Elders, with respect, that should have been shared.
You question our motives and our methods.
I've seen much when I was away. I've learned a lot. I don't think holding back information helps anyone. It certainly has not helped me. Boz is out there doing Fishstock knows what. He's not. I have the ability to message him. He does not respond. All I want is my brother back.
Take your doubt for the CV. Flatten your head. You speak out of line, Dracul.
I'm sorry.
We are not without flaw. And if what you are saying is true, it is of the utmost importance that you bring Boz back and do not fail.
That is my goal.
the spirits of the blizzard are an omen of our own mistake. You asked us many months ago if you could receive a blessing to retrieve your brother. But it seems now that we must ask you of this service.
I accept.
Do you know anything of the imbalance?
Draq will say in his head to everyone else, do we tell them?
That's Syria.
I think I will trust how much you want to say to you, Draq. This is your village. These are your elders. I do think that we should at least tell them that we're seeking to restore it. Like, we've been sent on a quest to restore balance from other forces in play here. And that's part of what has brought us to Darokarth.
Alright.
And maybe if they know, like, anything about, like, I mean, all my vision was like this, like, peak above all the other ones, somewhere above the clouds. If there's anything important in lore and legends that they've passed down about that.
Alright. Draq will turn his attention back and say, we do. We know. We have been chasing it ourselves. A quest was given to us by forces beyond Darokarth to prevent a great disaster.
What forces?
Rhea, do I say?
I'll trust your judgment on this. I don't think we're gonna get anything out of them by lying.
Okay.
I think we need information, and we're gonna have to share something to get something.
Yeah. There are powerful magic users who have slept for many years, who are meant to awaken and seal away darkness. They were never given the call to awake. We have been tasked with doing so.
And this mission is what brings you back here?
Partly. I also needed to know more about Baz. Because I don't think I could go further in my own mission without knowing more information.
Well, it is unfortunate that you've... I'm sure it is not of easy heart to hear that his quest was one that he proposed to us.
It's what I had feared.
And what may we do for you to allow you to do your work?
My friend here, and he'll gesture to Azaria, had a vision of a place of power far above the clouds, in our peaks. Those rumors of on Itmankir, when the clouds part and people say they see a village in the sky, I think it may be more than just a rumor. More than just the clouds moving in a particular way.
Let us confer.
And once again, they go back to like taking those blankets off and like whispering between themselves.
Those who said they have seen this village in the sky say it is toward the north, near the highest peaks. If you venture that way, you will have a very far climb. Furthermore, it is understood that there very well might be clans of frost giants up that way, so be wary of who you encounter.
Very well. It's good to be prepared.
Unfortunately, we do not know much more we can give you. Do you have questions that may allow us to help guide you further?
We always have questions. We are the Seekers of Sacramond. That is our pact.
Draq, I wonder, in the way that in the Smoky Gulf, pre-desolation and stuff, there was like, you know, connection between the druids there and the people there. I wonder if there's anything of when the Dragonborn first came to this area of like interactions with any other groups of folks that were here.
Draq will relay that question.
As far as the Levikivi have recorded, the only interaction with beings from this place were the guiding voices that led us to here. There were no others living in Darokarth before us.
What of stories from the caves? Any ancient lore of other beings visiting when we were established?
No. Only the voice of Ishtak. And how they told us that we would receive our titles and join them in the Eternal Grove.
Yes. Friends, I need your brilliance here.
I mean, is the Eternal Grove like this place, or is that like your afterlife?
This is our afterlife.
Is there
It's
any
just-
description of it?
I'm just like, wasn't Malden's the Eternal Sea or something, and groves are... It's just like this everything's connected thing. Like the grove sounds very druid, the eternal thing just... Suddenly I was like, oh, wasn't there something with Malden about that? I don't have a question for them, it was just...
Malden's is called Paradise, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, is it a description of what the Eternal Grove looks like?
Who's
I'll
that
ask.
question?
I will ask to the elders in Draconic.
That is not something that we would share with those outside of our faith.
Elders, please. It may help us.
If it's not something you're willing to share with us, once the rest of us have finished our part in this conversation, I'm more than happy to leave Draq if that's information you would give to him alone. I understand that we're asking a lot of you to share things that are sacred. I don't want to overstep.
Persuasion check with disadvantage.
Oh, no.
Oh, I thought that was worded very nicely.
If I use inspiration on it...
It'd be a neutral roll.
All right, I'll do it. Okay.
That's a good base.
That's bad. That's really bad. Persuasion, huh? 11. A +8.
Oof.
Bad is the thing.
We fail to see how the description of our afterlife would aid you in your efforts in this. We will decline.
I understand.
What of the spirits in the past? You say they're an omen of our doing?
We fear it is a sign of the strengthening of this imbalance.
I would agree.
Possibly caused by your brother. If he is indeed doing as you say.
Is there a source? A place they are more concentrated?
Activity seems to be happening more northward. And also, it seems there have been more sightings, if you're interested in the stories, of the Bear of Light that travelers seem to come across.
I too had a vision before we came here of the Great Bear, but we did not see it in the past.
Vision, you say?
Yes.
Let us confer.
Same old song and dance, these guys just whisper amongst each other.
I like these guys.
Like 5 different great Oz's, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
If you've been given this vision, perhaps that is something you should pursue. Perhaps Vishtok is trying to say something to you.
Stock has been with me through my journey.
Good. Perhaps that might be something for you to pursue. Find the Bear of Light. Perhaps it'll lead you to where you need to go.
Very well. Draq will just ask his friends in his head if there's any other questions we have.
I feel like at
Can't
this
think
point
of
it does
any.
us... Yeah, it doesn't do us any service to really share some of the other information we have, like the Castle in the Sky story, or anything to do with the Alumbrites. I don't think. Not until we have a better connection.
Suppose I have more of a opinion question for you, Draq. If we have to go through the Frost Giants, is there any worry that they would come down here and attack the village in retaliation?
Only if we went after them, we may be able to just avoid them.
Alright.
Doranaari, thank you for your time. If there's anything you can provide resources for the journey, we would be most grateful.
With the ongoings with the hunting parties, unfortunately, we are getting scarce in resources. But we can perhaps spare what we can.
do not limit the village's success on our behalf.
Of course. But we send you with blessing.
The blessing I happily take. Thank you.
Then that is all. Bensvelk Vetun.
Bensvelk.
And they almost like slouch a little bit. And there's like a sense of like an inertness to them. And you kind of take it that's your cue to leave.
Draq will moonwalk out.
Just
Assuming that is the respectful way to leave, I follow suit.
everybody make a performance check.
You're on.
11.
Uh-oh.
Oh wait, I have disadvantage.
Ah.
6.
Critical fail.
21.
Sounds about right.
Apprehend them.
Everyone run!
Jeez grief. Well, you've
That
all
went,
had your meeting.
that went better than I expected.
Oh no. Poor Baz. What has he done?
Draq, you've known Baz a long time. Baz is the one who said he found out about this imbalance. But where or who could he have found that out from near Darokarth?
My only thought is that Vishtak gave him a vision.
I got a feeling Vishtak wouldn't ask him to kill dragons.
Unless that's part of the big plan. I don't know.
It could, I mean, maybe the vision was just there was an imbalance. Maybe, you know, what he's seen out in the world is that, like, you know, a civilization that is recovering from a destruction caused by dragons, and it's easy to see, like, it's easy to go from that to be like, this, you know, what would Sikraman be? What would Brulbar be? What would all these places be if the dragons hadn't attacked? Is that the imbalance? And, like, could be right intentions misguided, you know, not seeing the whole picture, hearing stories of people who have, you know, suffered due to the desolation and their families and stuff up till now. Like,
It does sound like something Baz would do. Not think before acting.
it's like
also the
the
chance that-
sibling way.
There's a chance, too, that even if his original call to action came from Vishtak, we know that there are a lot of manipulative forces of great power out there, have interacted with them ourselves. We don't know if one of them perhaps got to him as well.
Perhaps.
So,
This prophecy they spoke of, though. I don't like being part of a prophecy. This feels weird.
yeah. It's strange. 'Cause it's like, I mean, mine's not full prophecy. Mine was more of like a, like, I don't know. Anyway, I really don't have a term for what mine was, if I'm being honest. Kind of like an offhanded remark that still had an effect. Anyway, yeah, it's like people in the room having a conversation about you. That's what I was going for.
Yes.
Yeah. It's interesting though, right? They're never
Put me on the
straightforward.
snout, if you ask me.
Yeah. Well, but also not, right? 'Cause
Indeed.
it's not the way that they took it. In fact, it seems like it's the opposite.
I don't want to be Baz's adversary.
I think he's yours, actually. That's what I meant. I think they took it. Baz is the one that left, and you're the adversary. I don't think that's true. I think it's the reverse.
Makes a lot of sense. Now that I think
Why would
about
they
it.
let you leave if they thought that you were his
That's-
adversary?
Yeah, I've been thinking that too.
Unless they knew that it was the opposite, and they made a mistake the first time. They should not have let Baz. Maybe they thought I would be the adversary because I'm younger.
Perhaps.
He was the firstborn.
What was the term they used in there? Like there was something left the prophecy. Like
Thing.
it was a draconic term I didn't catch, but like it was.
I think it was that the lore keepers had read the prophecy
The
on
lore
the
keepers.
walls, right?
Yes,
But
Levikivis,
it's
the Lord
Yeah,
Keepers.
they said the draconic version. I didn't write that down.
Yeah. I think now would be a great time to talk to Nava. I need to know more about how the stories on the walls work. I think we need some clarification there.
I think you're right. Well, thank you for coming in there with me, my friends. I don't think I could have kept my composure without you.
They're very intimidating.
Yeah.
Indeed. It's kind of like their whole thing.
I get it. It's pretty neat.
Wonder if they practice to talk in unison like that all the time.
Oh, they have to. There's no way they don't.
Hmm.
Oh, I mean, like that first greeting and that goodbye were like the in sync times. Every other one was just like being passed between heads. Like,
Sure, Danny. I'm gonna believe what I want to believe.
yeah. So this is where the canonicity diverges for the DM and
There
the
you go.
players.
Like if the six of us believe it to be true, it's how
61.
who are you?
Roll
Yeah.
initiative.
Yeah, like how many meetings do they have in a day? Like how people don't get to meet with them. It's because they're spending all their time rehearsing how to talk in unison.
Oh,
There's like always one head that's just like little bit lagging behind in the sentence.
Evil, not again. What's wrong with you?
I never practice.
Because I'm evil.
Or
Or would
lazy.
that be on Chaos's vibes? They're just like,
Oh.
I'm just vibing.
But A, a little bit of B. Anyways,
Well.
let's get our weapons back and go find Nava.
I have a dumb question first. So it's not like known who the elders are,
No.
but like you also made it sound like they don't just permanently live in that tower. It's like when they're not behind the mask, they might just be people in the village.
That's a little secret that I think my mom let me in on.
Okay. I'm just like everyone in this village kind of has a role they do, right? So would it not be obvious if there was 5 people who didn't have a role? Or did they have like a secondary like role that's like a hidden? And how are they
might.
picked? Is it like I don't know. I have a lot of questions, but
Who
you
are
don't
the
need to answer
5
them,
people that keep leaving their jobs
know,
unexpectedly?
right? Like someone's like doing a thing. They're like, "Oh, I got a okay." They
just saying,
like,
this
walk.
is kind of like what happens when you don't like expose yourself to the outside world at all, and you're just trying to do stuff on your own. There's a lot to be learned if you would just like look around.
Interesting.
Have you
Well.
ever seen the Doranaari and Batman in the same room?
No?
You know what? If you all want to start a Darokarth-wide investigation to figure out who the elders are, be my guest. I think by the time you figure it out, all the stars will be gone.
No, I'm not going to. This is just what my brain gets hung up on. We can move on from it. So
I think it's a good thought, though. after traveling with you all and seeing great leaders out in the world, including in this group, I don't know if leaders should be wearing masks.
Well, you go and retrieve your weapons for Armash. Ooh. Hopefully you got what you needed out of that.
Yes and no. But
Nothing is ever easy.
you taught me well.
Face it head on.
Do our best. We're going to go find Nava. Speak with her. Do you know where she is by chance?
It is not of my duty to know where the speakers are.
Fair enough.
Just the elders.
Thank you again, Uncle. And if you want to come by later to our house, I'm sure Mom and Dad would be happy to see you.
That sounds like a challenge. Have you shown your friends dragon chess?
I have. It's a bit of a contentious topic amongst us, but everyone plays it differently.
That is incorrect. There is one correct way, and I'm sure that you've been teaching them well. Anyway, you go about your day. I'll maybe stop in later.
Okay. Bye, Uncle.
Take care. Right. After... So, what are your plans? So you want to find Nava.
Yeah.
Does anybody else have anything on the docket?
If we find some downtime, I'll keep working on my painting.
Yeah, I'd like to practice for an hour at some point today, but that can be later.
Can help Elowen and get ready to leave soon.
I'm gonna put those pine needles in that brew and inspect it.
Right. You guys haven't gone down to the forest yet. You didn't have time between... before the meeting. But, yeah, if you find downtime, you can get down to the forest and collect your pine.
I'll just inspect the brew. And Gideon will realize that he's making something that's probably not entirely a beer, but something new and something weird and something strange. Due to the speed at which it was created.
The first energy drink.
Whoa!
Welcome to the Super Mountain Saison.
Well, tracking
Darokarth,
down...
Uncle.
As it is now midday, like a lot of people are out and about having like their midday food, like talking amongst themselves, and you find Nava at her home as she is enjoying her own lunch.
Nava?
Yes. Hello.
Hi, friend. How's it going?
Doing well, just eating. And yourself?
Okay. Good. I was hoping we could chat, you, me, and my friends. We have some questions about things, and I think you might help us save the world if that's something you're interested in doing.
It sounds very important. Give me a few minutes. I will finish my lunch, and I'll see how I can help.
Great. We'll be outside.
Very well. Hello again, everybody. Bye, everybody. After a few minutes, she eventually steps out of her own tent. For Azari, you didn't get the description of Nava. She's this like red and yellow lizard folk with like frills on her down her spine, her forearms. She's a very brightly colored individual. All right. Well, how may I help you, Draq?
Well, we were hoping that you may answer some questions about some history stuff, some lore stuff. You deal with it quite a bit as a speaker.
Yes, well, ask away and I'll see what I know.
All right. Nell, if you could do the honors.
Oh, hey. So
Hello again.
wait, Jack, I need you to break down again for me how everything works. Nava's job is...
She takes the stories from the lore keepers and speaks them to the people.
Oh, okay.
She's a storyteller.
Right. Oh, wonderful. We
Yeah,
She's
have
good at it.
Right. We have people like that in my own village. Right. So, I'm fascinated to know more about this cave of stories. And again, I don't know how much you're allowed to tell me about it. But how was it always here?
No, I mean the Levakinon, the Hall of Stories. It was a natural cavern underneath the highest level of the mesa, and it was where many of the families that migrated, they recorded their stories to the walls. Some people recorded visions, other sorts of things along those lines. And we have, over the many centuries we've been here, the lore keepers transcribe them, interpret them, and then individuals like myself retell those stories, sometimes with a bit of embellishment for the added flair, as some things are a bit dull. But we specify when certain things are true or made a little bit more fun.
So, are new ones ever added, or are they only ever transcribing what's already there?
And nowadays, it's not so much that new things really get added all that often, as, you know, at this point, history is being made. So we sometimes, if there are significant events in the eras, the lore keepers will add to the walls, or more commonly, kind of in tandem with recording it in Scroll now. But occasionally a vision does happen, and that'll also be recorded. But much less nowadays than when we first came here.
And is it still such that there are still stories to be transcribed? They haven't all been recorded?
For the most part, it's usually the visions, as even those who receive visions don't fully understand them when they receive them, and so it might take a lifetime or two to begin to fathom what they might mean.
Gotcha.
And
And I'm
Nava,
assuming...
you've told me before that sometimes the stories change, right?
Nothing is quite, despite how we record things, set in stone. The stone, not as easily, but is moldable like the snow.
So,
Sometimes new details come to light, things change.
so it's the lore keepers making the changes based on new interpretations?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. Did you know of a prophecy that it has to do with Boz and Draq? Not
Nope,
that you would
I've-
necessarily know that.
No.
Okay.
As if you needed more of an ego inflation, there is a prophecy about you, Draq?
Ego? What are you talking about?
I know.
I'm very humble.
The most humble.
But yes, apparently there is.
Hmm.
We just had a meeting with the elders, and they said when Boz left, they had seen a prophecy about him, and apparently me.
Well, not everything does get passed to the speakers. Sometimes the stories aren't, well, how to put that? Not for public consumption, I suppose. At least not until they're fully defined and understood. Because if you add many voices to interpretation, then it becomes muddy waters, so to say.
Any stories been shared that speak more of the village that is sometimes seen in the clouds above Darokarth?
I mean, those are merely sightings. As far as anything unique about it, I mean, some people might even wonder if that's the Eternal Grove.
Interesting.
But that is more of a theory than anything actually set in stone, so again, be wary of muddy waters.
And is there any lore or stories that talk more in depth about the guiding voices that brought everyone here in the first place?
It's just commonly accepted that that was the voice of Ishtak, and that was kind of the foundation of the faith here.
Okay. Is our telepathic link still up?
It's probably getting close to the end of it.
Okay.
We'll say
I will
yeah.
ask Draq in my mind. Would they want to know a story that wasn't from the cave but has to do here with this place? Like the one that Charity told us? Of the king and the castle in the sky?
I think that would be quite the hit, actually.
Okay. While we were out on our own adventures, we were given a story that has to do with your village. Specifically with that vision that some people have sometimes of the village in the clouds. Kind of a lore to it, if you would be interested in hearing it.
I mean, sure, by all means.
Fantastic. Well, my own notes of it are a little rough, but
No
I will
worries.
tell her that the general thing, because it starts out with the, in brackets, someone had a castle. I missed the beginning of it, so I don't remember who it was. Like it was some king, right, or a general or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can give her the general gist of that story. Because, yeah, it was like, the general had a castle, went away to war, came back, the mistress he had, like, died while he was gone.
Yeah.
Cursed the castle, threw
And
it up
then
into the sky.
it caused a blizzard beneath it, so he could no longer go to war.
Yeah.
When Charity told us that story, like, did she describe it all, like, kind of what, like, race the general was?
No.
Or was it just, like, not? Okay. That's what I'm wondering about. Okay. Yeah, I share that story with Nava.
Fantastic. She tries to memorize it as best as she can, and she's like, I will pass this on, because that's exciting. That's an exciting story. And sometimes there are truths to stories, so if that is a story of this area, that might be of interest.
We've definitely found that to be true.
Mhm.
There is truth to stories.
Indeed there is. Is there anything more you need of me then?
I feel like there was, but I can't remember.
I mean, that's all I really needed. I just needed her to explain like how the Cave of Stories works. So unless someone else has anything.
Nava, you wouldn't be able to sneak us all down there, would you?
Now, what could you possibly think you could glean from the cave?
Literally anything. We're grasping, Nava. I thought the elders would give me more information about Boz, but they didn't really have anything.
So is that what you're after, is more information about Boz?
Boz and our bigger mission. Saving the world, like I told you.
Right. Make a persuasion check.
Oh boy. I haven't failed with her yet. Okay, I'm using real dice from now on, because that's a 19, baby. Yes.
I mean, there's no really sneaking you in, but I could try and bring you down and defend you being there, I suppose.
Friends, what do we think? Do we want to go see the Hall of Stories?
We can get down there. I do have ways to see ahead.
Ooh, that's fun.
Magic.
Magic's pretty great.
My answer, of course, is yes. I want to see this ancient Hall of Stories. You don't even have to ask, but I don't want to alienate anyone or do anything like that. So
Maybe we give it a day. We just did have a meeting with the elders. I feel like we should wait till we're not fresh in their mind. Unless we just want to go right now.
I mean, we're here.
Yeah.
We are here.
I just
Well, we're at Nava's house, which is not
Well.
at the place, but
No.
it's close enough. Village is pretty small.
Let's go.
Let's go.
here we want to take a big group down. To be honest, I don't think I'm going to be much help down there.
Self either. I don't want her to have a difficult time or be ostracized later, as Nell said.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose we could split up.
the
We can set
nerds,
up another bond again.
If
the
you're okay with
nerds and the
that.
boys.
Well, I want to come with you.
Yeah, I
don't know,
think
it's
Drac
kinda,
needs to come.
kind of muddying the waters, so I don't really know if.
We wouldn't want to break up the boys.
Yeah. God forbid.
Well, you
Also, I don't feel
know-
like just the nerds have ever done anything, but the boys have had like multiple like hangouts together. So like, what the hell is that about?
Try and banish Draq from involvement in his own village activities.
See, I just have a lot of questions to ask Nava about you specifically, and it'd be like so much easier if you weren't here for that. Gossip time. No, it's fine. You can come. I've decided.
Thank you.
Well-
Even Gideon, if you don't want to come, is fine. But are you going to be okay in the village without a translator?
Yeah, I'm just going to go keep an eye on that brew.
And Abe?
I'm just going to paint.
All right. Well,
I'll go hang out with Abe, keep an eye on the brew while he paints. Unless you want privacy.
As long as you don't get any brew on my paints.
I will not do that at all.
And don't get any paints in his brew.
That's also very important.
I'll do my best.
Alright.
are you a wild painter, Abe?
Drac. How could you
You
ask me
let
such a
the-
thing?
Do you let the ink take control of you?
I'm offended.
I'm just asking a question.
Have you ever tried just like splattering with the brush?
See
Just
what
letting the paint fly.
Rhea, I know you have a wild spirit. I will never do that.
I'm just saying it might start a wonderful modern art trend. Could make so much money.
Wouldn't anything I paint be a modern piece of art, though?
Technically speaking, yes.
You know, there's an old draconic idiom that every picture of you is the picture when you were younger.
Sounds like a very smart-ass thing to say, Draq.
And on that note, I think this is where we're going to take a break.
We all know
Oh.
that Abe doesn't fuck around with smartassery.
No.
Never.
Or splattering paint on things.
Nope. Everything is controlled.
It's deliberate.
Yes.
Refined.
Mhm.
Precision, expertise, skill.
The accuracy.
Yep.
Oh, all right. We're going to take a break here, folks, and we'll be back here in a few minutes. So see you soon.
See ya.
Ha ha ha. Hello again, everybody. It's going to be weird out of context. Just come back from break. Ha ha ha.
Christy made a
for
great
us,
joke right before we came back.
I think for us, it's actually really normal.
Yeah,
So.
fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. Well, welcome back from the break, everybody. Where we left off, Gideon and Abe were going to brew and paint, not necessarily together, but in the same premises, while the rest of the group were following Nava, or debating on whether it was tomorrow. No, you guys decided you were going to do it today.
Yeah, just go.
Right now, baby.
Very well. So, Abe and Gideon, you guys get yourselves set up. And Abe's going to paint and not get his paint and Gideon's brew. Gideon's not going to get his brew and Abe's paint. And Nava leads the rest of you back up to that top mesa area just below where the temple is. And around the back, there's... Well, Draq showed you this to you guys earlier. You just didn't go down it. There's a natural slope that leads down the back side of the mesa. And Nava leads you guys down there. After quite a bit of a dip down the backside of the mesa, eventually there is a cavern opening, and you guys walk in. And it opens up into this large cavern. It is decorated on the walls with carvings in the stone, some paints, making hieroglyphs and images that just dance all across the space. And it is lit up by these collections of quartz crystals. There are like lanterns that are pointed towards them, and the light bounces through them and out, just illuminating the space. In addition to torches and braziers occasionally here and there that are needed for additional lighting. And people are working at tables in the center of the space, looking up at walls and writing. And some people are up on ladders and kind of scaffolding type units, getting closer looks at some of the things on these walls. It's quite busy in here. And Nava brings you guys in, and well, this isn't Draq's first time in, but for the rest of you, hopefully it is impressive.
Never ceases to amaze me.
This is truly incredible. Thank you for bringing us here.
Yes, I hopefully will, we shouldn't tarry too long, but, I mean, and she kind of begins to, walk you guys, through the space, and people, look up and, look at you guys okay, well, there's people in here, okay. Sure. And, she guides you through, different stories and histories that are recorded on the wall. The migration that we already talked about. There are different eras of this village. An era of kind of an enlightenment, so to say, kind of the foundation of figuring out the tenets of the beliefs of the faith, a organization of how the village works, among more recent histories of depictions of hardship. There is an era of famine. There's civil wars that almost happened. And Draq, you might point out that one of these depictions is of your mother stopping one of these.
Yeah, there's a depiction of a single figure walking out onto a thoroughfare, and on either side of her are two fronts of two different forces. And Draq will say, "This is my mother striding bravely onto a battlefield to stop a war before it happened." Hence her name, Silvertongue.
Well, your father has earned his title as well.
Yes. Where is that one?
Oh, that would be back in the famine.
Right. there's a depiction of another figure carrying what looks to be several different animals all stacked up on top of himself through forests towards a cradle, depict like what Darokarth would be. And Draq will say, "This is my father, the right scale, bringing hope and food in a time of great need." It said that he wouldn't eat himself until everyone else in the village had got a bite.
Big shoes to fill, huh, Draq?
Yeah, no pressure.
Who was the opposing force that your mother talked down?
Oh, it was two sides. I think it was a land squabble, I believe. Nava remembers probably better than I do.
Yes, it was mostly well, it was a potential civil war within Darokarth here. So, certain groups of people here were wanting certain land claims, certain areas for certain purposes, and Dracula's mother knew it was needless bloodshed and that there was negotiation that could be done and appeasing that could be done, so she saved many lives.
Truly impressive.
And that wasn't even that long ago. It is somewhat recent history.
Mm-hmm.
But now we've...
Before Draq? Before Draq was born, or?
Yes, I think so.
I guess it would have been, yeah. But I think it was around that time, too, that your parents found Union.
Yes, I think so.
But now we find ourselves in the era of the Traveler, as we're calling it. Seems fitting, considering Baz and Dracul are the big talk of the village.
And that we've had many new faces from beyond come and visit.
Yes.
Either by luck or by purpose.
Yes, a lot of outside faces, and she gestures to the group of you. Hence the era of the Traveler. Aside from this, like, a lot of this is being interpreted, the modern history is being recorded, and it wouldn't be surprising if, well, I mean, the group of you arriving might end up on these walls along with the return of Draq. I don't know if this is considered like interesting history at all, but it's pretty big deals here.
I was always taught that every story has its worth. It doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be grand. Even the smallest ones can have meaning to people who it's important to.
It'll always be significant to at least someone. Something to be learned.
Exactly.
Well,
I would love for you to meet. You never will, but my uncle has a job very similar to the lore keepers here, and I think you would have a lot in common with him. So.
Perhaps. But, I mean, aside from this, like I said, a lot of this is still being interpreted. Most of our collection is actually up top, so unless there is something specific you needed down here, we probably shouldn't tarry long.
What about those depictions of the visions and prophecies?
Well, it's okay. And she's going to begin to look around. Because as she is not a lore keeper, she is not one of the people who actually transcribes these things. So she might not know which of these depictions are actually, like, specific prophecies.
But they're all in this room.
Pretty much, yeah. And unfortunately, she rolled very bad.
Okay.
ask somebody just to make sure.
What are you hoping to see?
I don't know, something that could help us, point us in the right direction. I think Draq will just go over to the lore keeper and just ask where the kind of recent visions of the village in the clouds are being recorded.
Well, I mean, people aren't having visions of that. These are just sightings from Itman Kiar, so they're really just things in passing.
So you've not interpreted any of it?
Nothing specifically like that, no.
Okay. Thank you. They have nothing.
I would just if it's possible, look in closer detail at the migratory story, or would it be any different than the scroll that we read?
Yeah, because that's some of the older history, it's pretty much been fully transcribed.
Okay, then never mind. I think just seeing the place is enough. It's very impressive, and I appreciate you taking us here.
Well, yeah, if we don't mind, then we should probably leave.
Okay, no worries. Let's go.
I'm sorry that there wasn't much more that could be gleaned.
That's okay. I think we've gleaned plenty from libraries and other places before, so.
Right. Well, she leads you back up to the top mesa. Maybe about like an hour has passed. Abe and Gideon, what have you two been up to?
Painting.
Vibing.
All right.
Talking about our feelings.
Yeah.
Well, Abe, can I have you make a painter's check with dexterity? I believe I said that you could use your, or you could get advantage on this because you did a sketch to prep yourself.
Okay.
In
just
our
for
last
flavor, I'm going for like a sort of broad stroke, like a Chinese landscape style, like accentuated heights, but also keeping the actual proportions of the village in mind, and trying to capture the majesty of the different tiers of the village, and both the depth and the verticality that you can see when you initially kind of walk in through that forest from the Spring of Life, and then see kind of the whole city, if that makes sense.
All right. What's better for you, charisma or wisdom?
Oh, wisdom all the way, man.
I'm gonna have you make this painter's check with wisdom.
Okay. So just wisdom plus proficiency then, with advantage?
Yep.
I muted myself for some reason. Plus 7, so 27.
Oh, dude.
Hey. You know, it's not often that, and speaking as an artist, you know, you have the thing in mind and it goes to paper, and it's not always a one-to-one translation of what you were intending to do. You, with your preparation and your sketch, knew what you were going to do and executed it perfectly. Or at least you've begun to. You are on your way. An hour doesn't really give you a whole lot of time, but it is coming along beautifully.
Perfect.
Gideon, how's brewing going? You're muted.
At this point, just want to see how the just how it's developing, I guess. He's just kind of just watching it now at this point, making sure it's like fine. He's not really got to do anything else. Just sort of keeping it chilled, I guess, for now.
Then I guess you're just kind of hanging out with Abe, because as per last time, you were you'd pretty much made good work on it, so.
Yeah, he's just letting it sit. It's not even a beer. It's just whatever the hell this is going to turn into. He's just curious now. He's just like, whatever, man.
There's kind of reminiscent thoughts, like going back to Starcross, when you set up that first time for the Rainbow celebration, when you were selling beer, and he was there helping you. But this time, he is doing his own thing, and just a throwback to the memories.
It's
You
kind of
and
nice.
Abe chilling out.
Yeah, it's
Very
vibing
different
with Abe.
climate.
Yeah, it's much cooler.
And an hour goes by, and the group returns.
Had it go.
Where would we have met up? Because if 8 was painting, is probably like, were you looking over the village from the entrance?
I think
So
you
it
were
would've been
set up
wherever.
near one of the lower levels, right? Because you were kind of like doing a... And sorry, this might be incorrect from what you just described, but I recall you were like the original first impression as you guys were coming into the village, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm going for. But I guess I would have been near to where Gideon was.
Well, I guess if you did the sketch, you probably wouldn't have had to have gone back down there.
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys are like near the Makers area.
Cool. Okay. So yeah, we can go find them there. I'll bid farewell to Nava and say, let's go for a walk later. We still have to do that.
Well, just, you know where I live.
I do. Okay. Bye.
And you all reconvene.
What is our plan? Are we going to leave tomorrow?
I don't know. We could. I mean,
Is there
I feel
anything
like-
else we need to do while we're here?
the idea of frost giants doesn't exactly make me confident. So,
Do you know how many days away the frost giants might be?
I don't know, Denny, do I know how many days away the frost giants are?
Well,
Never been that way, so.
yeah. Hard to say.
Hard to say.
Could be days.
Could be more trekking through the blizzard.
We do have time to consider.
Yes. I mean, maybe we could take a day just to prepare ourselves, get any resources we may need, see if there's any trading that we can do in the village with what we have.
Okay. Yeah, I trust your judgment on this.
Are we eager to set out?
I just, if we're done what we need to do here, I don't see the point in staying around. But if you think there's resources to gather, then we should certainly do that.
Okay. Everyone else, what do you think?
I'm with Elwin on this.
Same, I'm kind of ready to continue on. I don't see much personal reason to stay, but I also realize you haven't been home in a while. Don't want to
Yes.
rush that.
I definitely feel like I'm hanging on to that. I don't fault myself for it, but I'm also getting that itch that we need to move.
Spent quite a few days traveling up here, so
I can tell you're all hoping for warmer weather soon.
I'm really not made for this track.
It's only gonna get colder from here, so. I mean, we have our heading. At least we know where we're going next. if you wanted to take another day with your family, I think we can afford that.
Okay, if that's all right with everyone.
I mean, I got a whole 10 days, so I feel bad making you just have a couple.
I mean, I think we'll maybe come back. Will we?
We have no way of knowing. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, who knows when we get there and a magical bear takes us somewhere. Who knows where we'll end up.
yeah, when magic bears are involved, truly sky's the limit. That's what my grandpappy always says. So,
Wise man, that guy.
yeah. Yeah.
I imagine on the way back we'd come back this way, but
Didn't we have the option to teleport out of the last druid enclave? So, we may not.
Well then, better make the most of it. Well, if you need me, I'll be running around the village like a chicken with its head cut off. I think that's a saying.
Understandably.
Down in
Yes.
South
Wow, episode 1 throwback.
That's a poll, baby. Yes, there's much I must do. So,
Of course. Azaria, maybe we can take
yeah,
a
I was
look at some-
thinking good use of our time.
if you want to use the training grounds of the Artissima Lacta, just let me know and I can escort you there.
Yeah, that
Sure.
might be good.
Otherwise, maybe awkward just firing spells off in the.
I had to do it in a very cramped space last night. It was
Mm,
tricky.
Yes. I have to go that way anyways. I was going to go talk to Armash about doing some training of my own. But yeah, feel free to come with.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right.
All right. Well, Zarya, Elowin, Draq, the three of you head back to the temple and the training grounds, unless anybody else wanted to come along on that. I mean, Abe and Gideon, you guys can continue to do your downtime activities.
I've
mean-
found a rather good rhythm here. I might just keep working at this if that works for everyone else.
Would it throw you off if I joined you? Like, not on your canvas. Like, I have my own. I
No,
just,
it would not throw me off at all. No. The
Yeah.
company would be nice.
never really
Does-
drawn with anyone before. Sounds relaxing.
I can play some music if you want.
Oh my god. Freaking culture. Hello. Yes. That sounds great.
Is this music?
Is this music? Oh my god, I love music.
Oh, it's not playing right now. Okay.
I love this club.
It's been a long time since you've pulled out that flute that Maramus gave you.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, see, I guess you guys get to drawing and painting, and Gideon, if you're hitting up the flute, you can conjure up your own images, because again, it's a magic flute.
Now I'm pondering about images I'm gonna conjure up. I completely forgot about the magical images part of that flute. That's on my D&D Beyond character page, not my Roll20 character page. I'll have to amend that. I think he doesn't want to disturb. He doesn't want to disturb the art being made. So what he will do is he will simply. I think he will try to make an image of his own. Not in front of the art, but sort of next to it. sort of tried to sculpt a little mini, I guess, with said illusions, make a little statue of like Draq, basically, sort of like walking through the snow. Hearing he's like part of some prophecy, he's thinking like, huh, that's pretty neat. Like, typically there's like artwork and stuff like that, so you sort of just like, well, maybe I can work on a statue or a pose of some kind for if somebody who's actually visually, artistically talented to do something with.
Fantastic. So the
Forgot
three
that
of
you could do that, Gideon.
Same.
It's such a cool skill.
the three of you remain there and make art. For the other three of you, yeah, you're able to go up to the training grounds, and Azaria and Elwyn, you can find a section of the courtyard for yourselves to train. Draq, what is it you're up to? You say you're going to meet with Armash.
Yeah. Draq is going to go see Armash and participate in some movement drills just to kind of keep things fresh, because it's been, almost 3 months since he actually got proper Eternal Warrior training. But he's going to make it a little bit harder on himself by casting blindness on himself and then silence around him. And we'll just try to use his innate sense of things coming at him to try to defend himself, and also focus on the tremor sense from the good old bracers.
Are both of those spells concentration by chance?
No, blindness, deafness is just 1 minute.
Mind blown.
Yeah, dude.
That is bonkers.
Yeah, so I could do both.
All right, so setting yourself up like this, Armash is going to have a few of the students like come at you, like spar with you.
Draq is just really trying to like focus his like inner self to use that kind of inner key to feel like the other key around him.
Right. I don't even think I'm going to have you roll for this. I think this is just fantastic description. And with the aid of the bracers, you're able to like feel those footsteps, feel the like cutting off your senses, like really tap into just the raw essence of the key that flows through you and kind of pick up on it in the other movements around you.
And I think eventually he would also take off the bracers to really make it just the inner self.
Okay. You're going ham here. This time I'm going to have you make a perception check. I'm not going to make it with disadvantage, but I'm going to have you roll.
Okay. Let's go with the Draq die for this one. That is a 19.
Pretty damn good for not being able to see, hear, or feel vibration in the ground. Just a pure spiritual presence. Like spiritual combat. Feel the energy of the moving air, the flow of the universe itself. And to respond in kind with the ripples of the water, so to say, and to flow with it in a way that allows you to prevent yourself from being hurt. Occasionally you'll get like a jab in the gut or something.
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
not flawless, but it is damn impressive what you're doing. You may have a point of inspiration.
Oh, thank you.
And Armash calls off the other the training
Mm-hmm. It only would last for
Yeah, like
a minute, so
Yeah. that is very, very good. Well,
thank you, Elder Keeper. I learned from the best.
young ones, and he gestures to like the rest of the trainees here. This is a prime example of the RTC Malakta. Perhaps you will be as good as Draqul one day. But keep humble, for it is not strength in the self, but strength in the pack. Well done.
Thanks, Uncle.
And that is 1 minute out of the hour that Elwyn and Nazaria are gonna need.
We're throwing fireballs around today. We got some
Holy
space.
The temple's destroyed.
Oh no, my home.
Ah,
Bring some warmth to this cold place.
There you go.
Mesa, more like volcano.
Hey.
Well, was there anything more you needed to do up here, Draq?
I think he would just try to spend some more time with his uncle. Either like, supervising the other trainees, helping him with that, or, doing his own sparring. Just like, he just wants to be around his uncle.
Yeah, and like when he's between like giving like direction, he'll like ask you a bit of like what you talked about with the elders. He's like,
Yeah.
even though he wasn't supposed to ask, he's curious.
Yeah. And then Draq would also like share some stories from his time out in the world, telling him about like the bullet that they fought, like the some of the encounters that they've had. Yeah. And I don't know if he would go into detail about like the bigger stuff, but he might if he can get a vibe on how Armasha's feeling.
Well, he upon sharing some of those stories, well, those are all tales of fighting and combat. Do you have anything? What have you learned?
I've learned that, well, much of what you taught me turned out to be true. It's always better to have friends around. I don't think I'd be here without the companions I came with.
It is an interesting group that you have come to. But the unexpected keeps things exciting, doesn't it?
I would say so.
Well, I'm glad you're home, but I don't imagine you'll be sticking around.
No, I have to go after Paz. The elders charged me with that much.
Hmm.
And there's some world saving to do.
Well, those matters are none of my concern unless you need my aid, but
Just keep the village safe.
Koiui Sia Basai, it is my duty.
You do it well.
As I have for many years.
Well, I think I should rejoin my friends. I have some other people I need to spend time with before we go.
Of course. Thank you for stopping by, and take care of yourself.
You too, Uncle. And he looks around to make sure none of the trainees are watching, and he'll just give Armasha a hug.
It's incredibly unprofessional. I apologize. I will give you a hug when I come visit your family later.
Okay, bye. And he'll go find Elwyn and Azaria.
Yeah, roughly, we'll say an hour has passed now. Did you want to push it for another hour, you two? You
I
probably
don't think we should.
if we're
If we're gonna
stay
be here
here
another
another-
day.
Or do we How much more training do you need?
She needs.
I need
literally
one more hour. But it's a con check, and your con checks aren't great if I remember from last session.
The difference with those were that you were traveling and then spending an hour kind of into your resting. So, like, you've just got downtime. You could just finish it up.
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah.
If you're game, I'm game, Azaria.
Let's keep going. We're in a good flow of things. We have time and aren't wandering through blizzards.
This is much easier than on the hike up here, yeah.
Yeah.
Draq will just come over and watch for the last half or the last hour.
Nice.
Cool.
So you guys continue to train. The group down in doing arts.
Team art.
Team art.
The arts and crafts corner.
Yeah. You're probably about 2/3 of the way done there, Abe. Like, it's not an art style that needs like a lot of like delving into it to make it beautiful. It's almost a simplicity is beauty kind of thing. But you know, there are fine shading techniques that can be applied even in this art form. Like a little less ink, water it down maybe, get some shades in there. You're nearly done and it is looking superb. And now it's just years practice sketching in her book. Like, your art is always coming along.
I think I did have something I wanted to say to Gideon while he's playing his magic flute there. So like I was saying, like, yeah, I forgot that you could do that. It's it's something I hope that Nivera gets to learn one day. So it was something she was interested in, but it didn't necessarily seem in the cards for her to get to learn it.
Well, all this is said and done. Send her my way. I could teach her.
I would love that. I think there's more to it than that. I think it's more just getting to actually go outside of Bolbar to study in Battleon Bridge, but who knows?
No.
We could always have this as a second option, the convert option, you know, if her mom didn't allow her to leave. So.
Well, does she have a flute?
She has a lyre, I believe, right?
Okay. Well,
I believe that's correct.
What's
if she
the
wanted...
A lute?
a lute? Yes.
Yeah.
I have a lyre. Wait. Oh my God! Wait, Gideon, can you teach me?
Well, I can't teach you the lyre, but I could teach you.
Oh.
I could teach you a flute.
I don't even
some
know.
basics of theory, I suppose.
I don't know why I bought this stupid thing. I thought maybe I could learn and then like impress her or something. I haven't touched it, obviously, so it's going great.
Do you want to learn an instrument? I have a spare flute.
I never fucking bought the lyre, though, is the thing. I mean, but like one translates the other, I'm sure. One you flow into, the other you strum, so I think it's probably about the same.
It will be very different, I assure you.
That's fascinating. Yeah, please, yes, please, if you wouldn't mind.
Certainly. Gideon will fish through his backpack and pull out a wooden flute. He'll press the digitation it to make sure it's all clean, and he will hand it over to you. This is my old one. Had it, I don't even know how long. Let's be honest with you. Might be when I was younger, so take care of it.
I will. It sounds like a good beginner flute.
It's a good instrument. It may not be metal like so many of the great instruments are, but a great player can get a good sound out of that.
I mean, if I get any sound out of it, that will be a win, I think, at least for today.
Well, that'll be a start.
Yeah. Ooh.
Let me know when you want your first lesson to be. I'll prep something.
Maybe you can do it now, but I think that for sure will be really distracting to you, Abe. And you're actually doing something really beautiful, and this is just going to be a mess, I assume.
Abe's focus is steely.
Ooh,
He's
okay.
completely unaware of what is happening around him.
All right, well, there's no one else around to offend other than the wildlife, so let's give it a whirl, I guess. I'll be real, Gideon. I don't like, I like learning. Yes, I like learning, but I already am good at learning, if that makes sense.
That's
This
great.
is not something that I am good at failing at. That doesn't make any
Failing
sense.
is learning.
Yeah, no, I know that. I don't know. This feels more intimidating. And I try and blow into the flute. It just comes out like. Damn it. Okay.
This is an instrument that requires a gentle touch
Ah,
and a very strong control of your breath.
okay, things I am good at. Yes.
Everything can help you refine different parts of your life. You're very used to swinging around a big sword when you fight. Perhaps you learn to be a little more gentle with this one, a different instrument. So,
Yeah, I like that.
helps me with my shooting. Got to keep my arms very steady when I use this. Can't be a good shot
Okay.
if you can't keep your arms steady. So,
Yeah. And I think learning to center myself might be a good idea as well. And not one that I am very not something that comes easy to me, let's say that much.
yeah. And I'm sure breath control is very important when you're swinging around that giant sword of yours.
It's definitely possible. I find I kind of black out a little bit, you know? It's just me and the sword doing our thing. I assume I'm breathing. I would have to be probably, but
I'm
not
sure
really,
you're breathing
thinking
because
about it.
otherwise
Yeah.
you'd be on the
Pass
ground
out.
pretty quick.
You know, I actually have had that happen before when I was a kid, but that was more so I was telling my parents a story that of something that happened that I was really excited about, and I got too excited about the story, and then I kept talking, and I just didn't actually end up breathing at all, and then I just passed out from talking too much. And it's happening now. Actually, let's blow into the flute. How about?
You know what? Let's not. Here's what we're gonna do. Before you are gonna play a single note on that flute, we're gonna talk about notes. And Gideon will pull out a book. And he will
I know about
say-
notes.
Well, you know,
Pull up my journal. Okay, where do we start? The theory of the flute. Okay.
let me liken it to your sword swinging.
Oh.
You have, it is an art form. You have moves, techniques that are associated with swinging your sword around.
Mm-hmm.
I assume you were taught by a great warrior, so you've learned many techniques.
My mom, yeah.
Yeah, music has its own techniques, its own moves, its own things. Let's talk about that. And Gideon will give you a lesson 1 musical theory, and he will liken it to using a sword. Gideon, as you are well learning now, uses the flute to complement his way of fighting. Uses the breath control to aid with long distance shooting, and he likens a lot of stuff to that. So he stresses the importance of the arts all being culminated and being one. He's not a painter himself, but he has a great respect for the other arts. And yeah, stuff like that. Music is his art.
I really like that. Thank you for taking the time. I appreciate it.
No problem.
The 3 artists, you may have a point of inspiration.
Hell yeah.
I got one. Whomps need it.
I also have
Inspiration for sale. And we're
I'm
all
going
good?
Well, we all got it.
Ooh. Look at us go.
Give it to someone in chat.
Yeah, who in chat needs inspiration? Don't forget to hit exclamation mark D20. I
Oh,
guess
right.
you get to do it with advantage.
Actually, I don't have inspiration.
Ah,
Oh, never
Now
mind.
you
Sorry,
do.
chat.
Sorry,
chat.
chat.
Well, there was
Sorry,
two.
Chat, what you can do, though,
Yeah, I
is
already
claim
have
first
one,
to the
so-
fire. Use those channel points.
Chat, Adam still gives you his. That was fantastic. Hell yeah.
Hell
And
Hell yeah.
and up at the temple, Elwood, you have access to all the spell slots now of your wizard level.
Wow, I'm a real wizard.
Wowee.
Wow. Be handy when we're fighting frost giants.
I mean, what?
What's like your big
Oh.
finale move that you do to like get that at the end of your training? Like what's that aha moment?
Yeah, cast a 5th level spell. Destroy the
What's
world.
what's your first 5th level spell?
The problem is none of them are super. Okay, well I can cast perhaps as we're like sitting here and we're talking and we're trying to figure out how to make these things work. One of the first spells that I can cast is I'll reach down to the earth and a hand erupts from it, this large giant hand, and I realize that I can use it to grasp and push and control and move it kind of around this small area we have here.
Wait,
That's
Is this-
so cool?
is this Big B's hand?
Sure is Big B's hand.
Oh shit!
I grabbed a beholder in Logan's game using Big B's hand. I was absolutely gonna take it in this one.
Oh boy! I was thinking it was earth and grass, and I'm like, wait a minute, 5th
Nah.
level? That's a Big B
Big
hand.
B's, it's a big boy hand.
Oh, Big
Scarlet's
boy's
hand.
hand.
Scanlan's hand.
Yep. Oh, wow. That's so cool. Oh, what a great choice. God damn. This is a big old
Elwin, is
spectral
that
hand.
Your hand, but bigger.
Yes, it is.
That's so.
I'm glad you
cool.
noticed.
That's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
Well, I mean, it's all thanks to Azari. I would never have gotten here without you.
Oh, I'm sure you would have. Could have
It
figured
would
this
take
out.
a lot
Or,
longer.
you know, 2 heads are better than 1.
And one big hand is better than 2 small hands.
Way better than these ones. These
Yeah,
aren't doing
that's good.
anything.
That one hand is more powerful than half the hands in our party.
Yeah.
Elwin, this might be stupid, but can I try to arm wrestle it?
You sure could.
Let's do it.
You're gonna make me fucking look up the Big B's hand
Yeah.
stats right off the top
Oh,
of my
yeah.
head. It's got a stupid strength score.
It's- yeah,
Yeah,
I think
okay.
it's
real strong.
20.
It's 20. It's 26.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You wanna arm wrestle
I'm
this
still gonna
thing?
try. I'm still gonna
And-
try.
And Drax got renowned strength.
Yeah, very strong, famously. What are you making? Athletics checks?
Yeah.
Okay. I got a 13.
Sorry, I'm trying to open so many things and my mic is on my laptop, so it makes this really hard. Uh,
It'd be really funny if I beat this thing.
24.
Okay, no. Just get fucking choke slammed by the hand.
I think the hand can grab you and just
Yeah.
throw you
Yeah.
over.
Just grabbing like one of the fingers, like a baby, like grabbing.
Just like thinking back to your training earlier where you were just fighting deaf and blind, and Ellen just comes along just.
Who needs to be deaf and blind when you have magic?
That's a good hand. Very good. Ow. Good job.
Well, that's you've got your training done. So it is beginning to get darker. And what are you guys doing as the evening begins to settle in? Abe, your painting's finished. It turned out superb. And now that you've taken a step back to appreciate what you've done, Gideon and Nell are still there just chatting. And they've got flutes, but they're not playing.
Well, it is finished.
Oh, let me
Are
see.
you ready to show it, or would you like
Oh, actually,
some time?
Get it, Nil.
Gideon
Gideon.
immediately springs up, and
Yeah.
looks over your shoulder. What am I looking at? Describe it, Abe.
Do you,
What
do
the
you
fuck
not
is this?
recognize it?
Adam, describe your majesty, please.
Adam, paint us
Okay.
a word picture.
It's Hildy.
Put me there. My God, it's beautiful. I thought
It's
it
a
was
stick
village.
drawing of a horse. It's
Perfect.
AH2.
It's H2.
Wow.
There's just like little hearts around that.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
Gone
But
but not
it's-
forgotten.
It's Darokarth, yeah?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
It is that first view of Darokarth where we came out of the trees from the spring and saw it.
Mm-hmm. Gideon takes
Abe.
off his hat and goes, "Well, I'll be." Nice job,
It-
Abe.
It's beautiful. Incredible work, Abe.
Now, what do we do with it?
It's a great question.
I personally, I mean, I've got lots of sketchbooks that are just random doodles for me, but I found that it's more fun to give them to other people. This is your first piece, though, so if it's special, you should hold on to it.
Well, we could
But
use it as a means of payment if we wanted to acquire
Oh.
anything here.
yeah, that's true.
At least that's what I was thinking. I was also thinking we could present it to Draq's parents.
But yeah,
That's
that's kind of what I was thinking, too. Oh, I wonder if we wanted to make this something like more special, not just something to barter, because it's incredible. I think maybe give it to Draq's parents, and then if we need anything for trading, I wonder if people would want like a likeness done of themselves. I could just like do some sketches in exchange, maybe. I don't know if people would want that or not, but perhaps.
We could have a little stall.
Oh my God, that would be so fun.
I can
Yeah.
play music and advertise,
Ooh.
bring people in.
Gosh, we should have a little coffee shop.
Are
like
we sure
a
we
little.
want to
Danny, we're
bring
actually not
capitalism
leaving.
here?
yeah.
But we're not doing it. It would be like a trade, right? Like we're not.
Yeah.
We're not using any monetary things. Everything here's done through
Mm-mm.
bartering. So.
Roughly
Yeah.
around this time, Draq, Elwyn, and Azaria show up from their training at the temple.
Everyone, Ellen made a giant hand and it slammed me into the ground. It was awesome.
Are you all right?
Whoa.
Elwyn is now the arm
Yes.
wrestle champion.
Yeah, you can't
That's
beat it.
true.
Yes.
Come at me.
I mean, that's all I need because
Tomorrow.
I never won. So fascinating. Well, I'm really proud of you as well. Everyone's got stuff to be proud of today. Abe has completed a beautiful painting.
Oh, let me see.
I
Push it over.
beckon to it.
Abe, this is incredible. It's perfect. I can't believe you did my home. It's amazing.
Well, it can also be yours.
What?
We don't have
For
to
the
use
low,
it.
low price of.
Yeah.
Yours.
You thought about using it to barter for something if we needed an item from
Oh,
the artisans here, or
that's smart.
we could give it to your parents, or you could have it.
Abe,
You could
that's
hang
so
it up in the
sweet.
hole somewhere.
In the nasty hole.
Yeah, the hole. Well, I'm gonna clean that out before
You're
we
really
hang
making
it.
it seem like that's like where I should sleep. Is there something you're not telling me?
What? No,
Or-
do you not sleep in there? Have you not tried it
No.
yet? Trey? It'd be a lot of fun, probably.
It's so
If you
dark
ca-
in there.
Well, that's what I like to fall asleep in is the darkness, right?
I
I'm
mean,
pretty sure if it ever closed on him, he would suffocate to death. But
Yeah. pretty
Oh.
sure it's just not meant for that.
Right.
yeah.
Gotcha.
Like inanimate object situation, you know.
Understood. I take it back.
Anyways, Abe, it's beautiful. I don't know what I would do with it. I would just kind of carry it around, but I think it's a lovely idea to give it to my parents. What a great gift.
Then we will give it to your parents.
Thank you so much.
was my pleasure.
Abe, how much would you charge for one of Barm Hall, out of curiosity? Because I love the concept of, like, you know, when you walk in and you see it, because that's how I feel about Barm Hall. So,
Well, are we talking gold or like a bartering amount?
Your pick. I'm content to do either.
What is my... How well do I remember that first sight of Varmhall coming out of the
Clearly
forest?
not much. I guess it didn't leave an impression on you. Fine.
It was a month ago. Or, well, I guess 10 days ago by now?
Half a month.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure were you there when we... No, you were there, and then you weren't there for the next one. That's right.
Yeah.
Right.
If you're asking me seriously, make an intelligence check.
Okay. 18.
You can recall it. It was like this view, but smaller. But it also had poles.
Views are very different. How dare you?
I mean, I'd have to calculate some labor and supplies. I'd have to get back to you with a quote.
Yeah, no, just like every artist should, take your time, think about it. I mean, you can decide, maybe we're not the right fit. You can decide that too, if you just think that we wouldn't work well together, so.
Well, you know, it's more just my process, you know. It might, I don't know how inclusive it is yet. I've only done one painting, so.
Yeah, no, that's honestly so fair. Yeah, you let me know. No pressure.
I'd probably give you the family discount, but.
Oh, probably. Okay, not for sure though. Still up for debate. That's so fine. That's so valid. It's dinner time. I think we should go eat. Except for you, Abe. So sorry.
And
No, I'll
indeed.
just sit here and think about how different and not familial we are.
Yep. Great. Cool.
Wow, the shade.
I didn't realize there were so many trees around here. Well,
There's no sun. We're always in the shade here.
Whoa.
True.
Depth.
good God. Okay, so you guys return to Draq's home. And the parents have once again whipped up food as best as they could. I'm just curious as to what's happening.
Yeah.
Well, because I mean, like, the next thing I was gonna say is, does Abe present that picture? But
Yeah.
he's
Seems like we're giving it to the parents.
Everything okay, Adam?
There might have been someone screaming outside, but Natalie didn't hear anything.
you
so-
know,
I heard a
I
scream
heard
in my
it.
headphones.
I heard it too.
Okay.
I did not. That's
Fantastic.
so scary. That just literally like
didn't
made
hear
my
it.
stomach drop out of my.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Well, that's in the
Hey,
VOD now.
Creepy.
Hey, guess
know
what?
who was
Lock
muted
the
or
door.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go do that.
Yeah, go lock the door.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's also a part of me that's like, who doesn't lock their door?
You mean you're-
Dallas.
Okay.
Well,
So
you
that's
didn't have to
sometimes
dox her
true.
like that.
Always, well, mine was more every time Dallas would come to visit, would just try and open our door, which is always locked.
Until the day it isn't, and it's gonna work.
Dallas will break into your home.
To say
Also,
like
who you need to worry about.
there was fully like a robber or something that like went on the same principle that if someone's door was locked.
It was a murderer.
Oh, it was a murder. Yeah. So if someone's door was
it
locked.
was the vampire murderer, and their whole
Oh, yeah.
thing was.
Yeah, they were
Yeah.
like, yeah, if it's locked, no entry, all good. But if someone left their door open, they're like, oh, they wanted me to come in and murder them, actually. So Just fun fact for y'all. Yep.
For that. This is the Dicely True Crime episode.
There it is.
To the Swan in the chat says small town energy. That's absolutely true.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, Churchill in Manitoba, they leave all of their car doors unlocked because polar bears are quite rampant there. So if you're like walking down the street and there's a polar bear, got to get into a car. So that is like a thing there.
See, and if I went there, my car would be locked, and that'd be the time someone would need to get in the car. They'd be like, "Why is this car locked?"
Can't believe you would do that.
It'd be more like, "Oh, this is an out-of-towner. Hold on."
Yeah.
They would see the Ontario license plate.
Why would you drive there?
Well, now that we have our
Anyways.
doors locked, you all return to Draq's home. As I mentioned, they've whipped up dinner. And Abe, do you present them with the picture?
I guess on our way back, I'll ask Draq if he wants to present it.
Oh,
Because they're not going to understand anything I say.
I think you should be the one to give it to them. This is your art, and I can explain that to them for sure. But it would mean a lot to me if you gave it to them.
Alright, I can present it.
Thank you.
It's no trouble at all, Draq.
So, upon getting back to the house, they've got they've got some meats that have been prepared. Yeah, I mean, and I guess you guys are kind of settling in for the evening because not a whole lot, much more to go on. You've done your training, unless you guys
find Nava after dinner, probably.
Yeah,
But other than that, that's all for me.
yeah. And
Because
then,
after we finished eating, I'll present the painting.
and Draq's mother takes it from you, and she looks at it, and she's just stunned. She's like actually just like taken aback with it. And Draq's father, he's not as much of an artist, but he's like, that's really good.
What's going on the fridge?
Amazing.
Well, when you gift that to them,
Abe, is there anything you want, words you wish to accompany this with? I can translate for you. Or you can just say them to my mom because she speaks common.
Oh, right. Sorry. Thank you for inviting us into your home and letting us stay with you. I know 6 extra guests is not easy, but Draq is a big part of our group, and it is easy to see where he gets so much of his greatness from. So thank you.
well, it is nice to have our home filled again. This is a great gift you've given us, and give me one moment. And Draq's mom leaves the room and comes back, and your father's like, oh, you're going to give them that? Okay. And she's like, yes, I think this is, I think it would be very useful for them. And what she brings out is like this chest that's like 2 feet long, about 1.5 feet deep. Like it's a decent sized chest. And she opens it up, and immediately, well, I suppose everybody other than Abe that's nearby feels a bit of a cold draft come from it. This will help keep some of your food a bit more fresh when you travel. It is not a bag of holding. It is specifically just a chest that keeps things cold. It's not an extra dimensional space.
It's a
No, it's fun. Yeah,
it's a
cooler.
refrigerator.
it's a
But-
Yeti
You go
cooler.
in the
Spawn.
Yeti cooler.
We've spawn.
What?
Not sponsored by Yeti. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Oh,
Weird.
How are they going to put my painting on the fridge if they give us the fridge?
the greatest sign because it can't go on the fridge now.
Yeah.
It has to go somewhere special.
The fridge is the most
fridge
special.
is special,
what,
Danny.
What are you talking
The fridge
about?
is sacred.
Well,
Yeah.
looks like you got to take the draw with you then.
Draq will clock his dad's kind of reticence and just say, if you really need this at home, please don't.
It'll be fine.
We
We
need
have
nothing in return.
It'll be fine. We have snow.
Okay. Well, thank you. This will actually help a lot because we do tend to work with fresher foods. Our good friend Gideon here is quite the cook.
Also, you know your son quite well because he has a habit of just wanting to collect monster parts. So this will be very helpful.
Well, he is a hunter.
The trick of the trade.
So whomever would like to add this, I would like to also add that it's a chunky object to be traveling with, weighs 25 pounds, and whoever would like to
Going
lay
in the
claim to
hole.
it, add a chest of preserving to your inventory.
It's going in the hole.
Yeah.
Putting
It's going in the
putting
hole.
Put it in the
I'm
hole.
adding it to the portable hole right now.
And it's
Yeah.
not an extra dimensional space, so it's perfect.
Exactly.
That's why I thought you were telling us that. Like, perfect. It'll fit right into the hole.
Yeah.
Just put it in the hole. Excellent. So you unveil the hole? They're also surprised by it.
I think have I not already done that in front of them? Oh,
I don't
well.
know. I don't recall.
Check this out. Whee!
He's gone. Gone forever.
I'm still here. Stick my
Okay,
hand
he's
out.
back.
Reach down to offer my hand for when he inevitably wants
He'd
to
never
up
get
there.
out on his own.
It's just so much easier when you have help.
You should really just throw a ladder in there or something.
No, it's way more fun to jump in. You have to try it sometime.
I'll
I'll
trust
pass.
you on that one.
You can jump in and then use the ladder to get out, I think is the...
I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, you're
No.
right. That's not how ladders work.
Correct. If the
They're
ladder's
actually
there, then
only
you
one
have to
way.
use it to go down and up.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
It'd be
Okay,
rude
all or
to the
nothing.
ladder to not use it.
You'll
Huh.
you'll take fall damage otherwise.
Mm.
That is true, actually. Roll a
How
d.
deep
No,
is
just kidding. It's like 10 feet deep, I think.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. Don't roll the damage.
Okay.
Not until it's important to.
Oh, interesting, Denny. Interesting.
Yeah, mid combat trying to escape in the hole. Suddenly, that's a deadly hole.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Oh,
Well-
the hole grew by 20 feet. Interesting.
Oops.
So dinner happens. You gift the picture, and you receive a chest of preserving. And Draq, I believe you said you wanted to go find Nava.
Yeah. Go to
Did-
our house.
Did anyone else have any plans for the evening?
Yeah. I guess I'm drawing Varm Hall.
Literally no pressure. I didn't mean right away. I just meant at some point. If it's gonna be a whole thing, I don't want it. I just thought it would be nice. I was trying to sponsor you as a budding artist, but it seems like it's getting a little contentious. So I don't know.
Exposure.
I'll start trying to, from memory, draw that first view of Varmhole Village.
All right.
Guess if we're in a town where bartering is the way to go and we might need supplies tomorrow, I'm gonna ask Draq to ask his family. They have some some jugs with like a cork on the top. And I want to pour out the day's worth of ale as a thing to barter tomorrow.
That's very smart.
That is using your whole brain, and I'm so proud of you.
That's what 20 intelligence gets you.
Could have chose
Definitely
mayo.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I mean, you could
Well,
do
Filled it with mayonnaise.
Tomorrow we
Alright,
can
mayo.
ask which would be more useful here, mayo, beer.
I mean, I don't think we've ever had mayo.
Okay, so tomorrow we'll get some jars. We'll do the same thing with mayo. We'll call it aioli.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh God. Okay. Well, Trying to think how many containers Draq's
8
family would.
gallons, right?
How many gallons?
Is it 8?
I can't even fathom how much that is. Fucking gallons.
Well, it's because it's dumb.
Yeah, I was like,
imperial.
what is it? No, beer is 4 gallons. And I know a gallon isn't the like.
Okay, so that's like so it's one gallon is almost 4 liters.
Oh my god.
So
it's
this
so
is
much.
this
lot.
is 4 bags full of bags of milk. Because those are 4 liters of milk is what you get in the bag with the 2 bags of milk.
And
Yeah.
here I thought we would alienate our American viewers by going to liters, but we went to milk bags instead.
Which
Now we're
also
alienating a ton of
alienates
Canada.
half of Canada.
Yeah.
Friggin' heck. So, suffice to say, his parents aren't going to have enough containers to fit that much beer. And in fact,
If you go to the maker's tent, you may be able to find something.
exactly,
All right.
you might have
Let's
to
do
enter into a
this.
business partnership.
Okay, Draq, need you in because I can't talk to anyone.
I think Draq has someone that he's going on a walk with, so I can
Oh,
be your
yeah.
translator.
No,
Yeah.
let's get this business going. Mayo
got it.
and beers
Nope.
are us.
I am here with the beer. I am not going to accompany you with the mayo. I will set your connections up, but tomorrow when it's mayo, I will be conveniently somewhere else. Yes.
What if it's an aioli?
It's not though. I know the sins of this jar too much, unfortunately, for that to work in this situation.
All right.
So, firstly, Adam, I'm gonna have Abe roll a let's go intelligence-based drawing tools check with disadvantage to see if you can get a sketch good enough to get yourself ready. No, we'll make it a neutral roll because I already had you roll your intelligence earlier, so it could be a neutral roll.
We'll use inspiration on this anyway to get the
Okay.
advantage. Because it's important to him.
It's respectable.
Really? It's important for someone that's not like super family. Interesting.
Would you like to take the inspiration back?
Just fucking
Rolled a natural 20 for you.
Oh,
You want to take it back?
Go.
Now,
I do.
because the other one's a 4. So that is 26.
All right. Well, your sketch is primed and ready. You're probably going to set yourself on having yet another masterpiece. Landscapes might be your genre.
Ooh.
Gone from critical cooking checks to critical art checks, and I'm here for it.
Let's fucking go, dude.
Yeah.
You guys should just retire and become merchants and tradesmen.
Till the world ends.
Sounds fun.
Once we save the world.
Oh,
Yeah.
Easy
I
peasy.
mean, you can just forget about it and, have a countdown of being the best at this for like so many days.
Now we gotta be the best at it forever, so we gotta save the world.
All right, fair enough.
And find the fountain of youth after, so it can be forever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Azaria and Nell, you guys go off and strike up a deal. What is your pitch? So like you're gonna need containers for the beer. What are you gonna offer the person who's giving you like the urns?
They can have a gallon of the beer, and then we'll bring the containers, or we'll tell the people who get these they can bring the containers back to here. So the containers will come back. It's a temporary loanage of them. Maybe we start a recycling program so when people use these, if they bring it back, they get, it's like part of whatever the bartering process is. They get a little, there's an incentive to return it as opposed to just keeping it and stockpiling a bunch of urns at your house, which we all know we do. We have all these urns that we say we're going to reuse. Oh, I'll wash it out, I'll reuse it, and then it just sits there, and then one day you throw out the lid by accident and it's useless. And if we incentivize bringing it back to someone who's in the industry of making urns and using them, they'll actually be used, and thus we're saving resources.
All right.
I translate that whole spiel. Rhea talks for a long time, and I just go, we'll give you some beer and get you your containers back.
I
All
feel
right.
outed.
What's what's the incentive to bring them back?
I thought people were freaking friendly here. What the hell?
I mean, you told me.
I can also see. I'll also see if people are interested in my drawing idea. Would you have any interest in like a portrait or anything like that, or like of anyone in your family as well? I can do.
Sure, if you want to do a couple of sketches, I can give you some of the urns.
Sweet. Yeah.
That might be easier.
All right.
Yeah. That's fair. But we'll still give you a gallon of the beer if you're interested in that.
Happily accept.
Right.
Right.
All right, we got a deal, Rhea. I'm just gonna be drawing for your spiel really worked. I'm drawing for a different reason, actually. That's not related. So
fantastic. So they'll give you some urns that you could pour beer into, and Nell's gonna draw some pictures. Elowen and Gideon, are you guys up to anything?
I have my kitten out. I'm playing with my kitten.
Why are you throwing so much emphasis on this?
yeah, say it in a better
It's a
way.
kitten, I promise.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I don't have any other plans. I did everything I needed to do today.
Is this the only reason you took the Find Familiar spell?
Yeah, I think I told you this. I have no interest in the utility of it, really. I just wanted a cat. I just really thought Elowen could benefit from having something to like cuddle with sometimes.
Very well. And Gideon, what are you up to?
Gideon is going to be basically just in his own little room area, whatever. He's going to be writing in a notebook. He's going to be drawing musical staves and prepping out a little bit lesson on the notes, and probably a couple of scales for lesson 3 or 4, because lesson 2 is going to be holding the instrument properly. So yeah.
That lesson takes 3 hours because I keep fucking it up and trying to swing it around like a sword.
Oh my god.
Yes. So he's prepping stuff for future lessons.
Fantastic. So the Seekers are all preoccupied and busy. And Draq, you head on over to Nava's place. And
Head on into her tent and just say, Nava, you here?
yes, I am home. Hello, Dracul.
Hi. Did you want to go for that walk?
Well, I don't have anything else planned at the moment, so I will happily accept.
All right. Sure, let's go.
I do hope you know I'm teasing.
Yeah. I got it.
All right, well, let us walk.
All right. You want to go towards the springs, or do you want to just walk around the village?
We can go to the springs. I've spent a lot of the day up on the higher levels, so be nice to get some moisture. A little dry up there.
Okay, sure. Let's go. And yeah, we'll walk towards the springs.
Right. You guys head on down. And like, is there anything you wanted to talk to her about, or just enjoying your company?
I think just enjoying each other's company for a bit, just because it's been a while. Like, he'll, catch up with her, like tell her some fun stories, things that he's encountered along the way. And if at any point, like, she looks a little, jealous, if he clocks that, he'll stop.
And she will.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I know you've always been a little, I don't know, not happy with me leaving.
You don't have to be sorry about it. It's just the way things are.
Well, hopefully once, we're done saving the world, and you get a credit in that too, we can, well, hopefully I'll come back and I'll be here for good.
Is that really what you want?
Maybe? I don't know.
I would give anything to be in your shoes. I mean, not about, having a brother who's apparently causing his family to worry like crazy, but...
I know what you mean. I'm sorry that you had to do what you had to do. I'm sorry that you don't get to go out and at least see the forests on a regular basis.
Well, I have my duties here. We gotta do what we have to. Just lucky you. What you have to do is not here.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, it's been very dangerous and I've almost died several times.
Well, if you've almost died, I should be fine. We've gone through the same training after all.
That's true. I wonder if you do better than me.
Theory crafting is just dreaming with calculation.
You're right.
There's
Should
no
put this
sense
to practical use.
Exactly.
Race you to the spring.
Oh,
Maybe takes up.
Okay. You and I are going to have an acrobatics check. No, athletics, because this is sprinting. Yes. Okay. So
Yeah.
athletics.
That's a 15 for your boy.
I'm just gonna give her a +2 because I haven't got her stats. Ooh, well that's a 19 + 2, 21. Zip-a-dee-doo-da. It's like, as you were saying, like, oh yeah, practical use, I'll race, and she's already gone. It was less truly about the speed and more of her just, like, totally reading into what you were about to propose.
Mm-hmm.
God.
So Draq, well, I guess we'll catch up with her at the spring. Like, okay. I don't know when you have time to do sprinting, but good job. Very impressive.
I mean, it's the real good workout is on the slopes, running up elevation really does get the leg muscles.
Yeah, everything's really flat outside of Darokarth. There's not a lot of hills. I've been missing that. My calves are not as strong as they used to be.
Is that true? Is it really flat out there?
It's pretty flat. I'm making excuses, Nava. I should not be. You beat me, fair and square. I missed this.
I mean, even before you left, we hadn't really talked in a long time.
Maybe that's why I'm trying to see you more while I am here. I'm sorry for that.
Life took us different ways. Like I said, we have our duties.
Sure. But I think if we really wanted to see each other, we would have found a way. And I'm sorry I didn't put the effort in.
Well, I suppose if you phrase it like that, there is also blame to be put on me, so I'm also sorry. when I heard you came back into town, I was many things. Angry, excited. And then, of course, when I saw you came with a big group of people, I was very embarrassed. Because I was being very unlike myself.
Were you so unlike yourself? Your real self?
Perhaps.
I thought it was nice to see you not be so inside your scales.
I don't know if I like that. Well, at least somebody got some enjoyment out of that. It is
If
good
it's
to
any
see.
consolation, my friends think you're very nice.
How well, I suppose. Sorry, I'm getting all up in my head. I'm glad to hear that. They seem like very nice people. A lot of booky people you're traveling with.
Yes, we're all very into reading. Well, most of us anyways.
You're not included in that.
It's rubbed off on me a little bit.
Oh gosh, maybe I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. I'm tired of reading. I'd rather be hunting. At least to get out the boundaries of the village.
Well, maybe your story can change. I've seen a lot out there, Nava. And anything can change at any time.
What if I just left?
By yourself?
Well, maybe if I could find somebody to go with, but maybe. You left by yourself.
I did, and it was foolish of me to do so. But I had a fool's errand chasing after Baz. I barely got through the peaks, and I'm only here now because I found a wonderful group of people to keep me safe. I know there are people here that would keep you safe. Maybe you could try to convince the head speaker to let you try hunting or something. Don't just dip your toe in the water before you dive in.
I just need to change is all.
I
Maybe
can
you're
see
right.
that. It doesn't have to happen all at once. And I would feel better if knowing that you were taking smaller steps and not big leaps. Not that I don't think you can't handle it. You clearly can. You just beat me flat out and a sprint.
To be fair, though, that is just a race. A child's game, even. But it was fun.
It was fun.
So, what are your plans?
Well, we're probably going to be heading out either tomorrow or the day after. We're going to go chase after a city in the clouds, I guess.
I'm so curious. If something has been up there the whole time, that'll be
Pretty crazy.
very. Who would be up there?
I don't know. Maybe some powerful magic users.
Well, be sure to come back and tell me if it ends up being anything.
I'm not sure if we'll be back immediately after. We may have to take our journeys further east. But I will definitely send you a message.
All right, well, please do.
You want to see something cool?
What?
Draq will pick up a rock and chuck it in the air towards the center of the spring, and as it's about to hit, he'll cast daylight on the rock as it drops into the water.
And the water just lights up. It's really pretty.
I've learned some neat tricks out and about.
I was going to say you didn't really know that much magic when you left.
Fishtalk has bolstered me through my trials.
Blessings come in all shapes.
Indeed.
Well,
And I wanted to let you know that your friendship is a blessing to me too.
that means a lot for you to say that.
And he'll reach into his pocket and pull out a small blue agate crystal that he got all the way back in Starcross, and will present it to Nava and say, I want you to have this. I got it very early on and knew that this should probably go to you at some day.
But why?
This reminds me of the sparkle in your eye sometimes.
She very deliberately is now avoiding eye contact, and if a red lizard could blush, she probably is. That's very thoughtful. Thank you. And thank you for the compliment. That very sweet. Be sure to say goodbye to Ito on the way out too.
I will. And if you see him wearing a silly hat, that was for me.
Well, I'm sure when I see him, I'll judge whether I got the better gift or not.
It's not
I'm
a competition, but
Well, don't tell him, but I'm sure I did.
maybe.
It's getting a bit chilly. I think it's probably best to head in.
Sure. Can I walk you home?
You may.
He'll present his arm.
And she is just confused by the confidence and links her arm in yours and allows you to escort her home. The two of you walk back to her place and... Well, thank you for the walk this evening. I'm glad we got to talk. But more than business anyway. Or me yelling at you or embarrassing myself.
It was good to see you again, my friend. I promise I won't be as much of a stranger.
And she gives you a hug. Be sure
I
you
will
don't.
Hold her tight for a moment and then let her go.
All right, well, a quick goodbye when you leave.
Yes, I will try to remember.
Have a good night.
Good night.
And she goes into her tent.
And I return home.
Did you guys know that Darokarth had a port and a harbor? Because that was a big ship that just pulled in.
You fucking kill me. That's so
I'm
good.
sorry, Christy, but I think that might have just...
Okay, it's not a freaking competition.
It could be now.
What if it was?
Okay. I'll go to bed then, if that's how everyone's gonna behave. There's room for multiple situations. Okay.
Big ocean, lots of ships out there, guys. Don't worry.
That's true.
Hey,
Yeah.
could just be
Ships
platonic.
Can sail.
Yeah.
Ships can sail side by side. They don't have to be. Oh,
Just some
whatever.
ships are bigger. That's all.
Wow.
I want
Sorry.
to say that
Sorry.
Adam is speaking for himself and nobody else in this situation.
Thank you, Dallas. Thank you, Dallas. Sorry. Where is Drax? True love, not 20. Show me that, and then we'll
Yeah.
talk.
Doesn't
Then
need
we'll
it.
talk.
True love.
Oh my God.
Meanwhile, Adam was also the
Guys,
one who
it's
initiated for the
Christmas.
20.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay. Goodbye.
Did she look back?
Oh,
Yeah.
son
Did
of
she
a
steal a
bitch.
glance looking out of her tent? Like, come on.
God, there's
Don't do
no,
this. Don't do this to me.
There's no fucking way that this is going to be a 20 again, and I'm so sorry,
I don't
Anthony.
believe it's gonna happen.
You know what,
fine.
Denny?
I
I'm
don't
gonna spend
care.
the points. Make that dice camera happen, baby. Yeah.
You do it?
I'm doing it.
You don't have to spend the points. I was totally going to do the dice cam anyway.
Well, I'm just gonna do it so I can show
What
it
are
to
we
the
gonna
viewers in the chat.
Right.
Alright.
Yes. There it is.
Oh,
There it is.
and I will roll this d20, and we will
No
see
shot.
what happens. Oh God.
What if it's in that one though? That'd be so
I-
sad. If it's in that
yeah.
one, don't like show.
I
Could turn the camera off real quick.
Yeah,
And as-
scream ads.
and as we all know,
It's true.
romance is only ever a 50-50.
Yeah.
So
That is actually so true. That is
Yeah.
so true.
It's black and
So-
white. There's no gray.
Yeah.
there's that's right. I mean, it can be complicated, but the answer's probably no at that point. So
True.
odds is no, evens is yes. That's an 18, baby.
Oh.
Oh, it's pretty good. It's
It's-
a pretty big ship. It's just I wouldn't say the biggest ship. If I just could be so bold and
With an
say
18,
that.
I'll agree. I agree.
Okay. Whew.
Adam's just all about the dice. Really.
Okay. Well, the dice had their moment in the past, and we all thought it was just. So in this sense, it is as well.
Well, to be fair,
Right.
I do believe I remember Adam rolling a bunch of dice when he met Natalie as well, so this does kind of
Yeah.
Honestly, my whole life has just been dice rolls.
Isn't that what everyone does? I felt like that's normal.
I make
Is
all
it not?
major decisions by rolling a dice.
Hmm.
Well, Azaria, now you guys figure out your business plan. Gideon, you're doing your plan. Abe's drawing. Elowin's cuddling a cat. And Draq returns from his walk. And the night passes over. The next day comes around. What preparations are you getting done to... Well, I mean, of course, you have all this beer now.
We got 3 gallons of beer to barter off. We can also create either mayonnaise, wine, vinegar. There's other honey.
Ooh,
There's other
actually,
resources.
Vinegar would actually be very good in the village to help break down the tough meat.
I can make 2 gallons of vinegar if we can get some more urns, and we can barter that off to get supplies.
Sounds great.
So, like, are you just trying to get, like, you know, general, like, food and stuff to travel with? Like, or is there anything specific you're shopping for?
Oh, well, someone said get supplies, so I was like, I can help us with the barter aspect.
So
I don't
this-
know what we need.
This entire beer arc has been based on we need things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
We
like,
need
well, I can
things.
help us get things. I don't know what the things we need are, but
All right. Draq would go back to the meeting hall and go to the library and start pulling out the different bestiaries
Mhm.
to find anything he can find on frost giants or anything else that is rumored to come from that northern part of the pass.
All right,
And he'll
fantastic.
just like spend like maybe half a day doing that.
Very well. What other preparations we got going on?
I guess I can get us food and stuff with the beer as long as someone comes with me.
Yeah, now that I know you're not hunting for anything specifically, I'm just gonna say you successfully trade
Yeah, I was like, I don't need anything.
I'm like-
just need food.
Very well then. Let's.
Enough food for our group for a good amount of travel, hopefully, and
You've got
since,
about 5 days worth of food. The amount
I'll,
of beer and vinegar.
yeah, giving them beer and vinegar, and I'll bring the food over to Gideon, and I was like, here's 5 days worth of food.
Okay.
As the person who cooks and stuff.
Put it in
Well,
the hole.
Yeah, put it in the hole. I don't have anywhere to put it.
In
You
the
know,
nasty hole?
No,
I'm
you put
gonna
it in our chest of preserving.
We put it in our chest of preserving.
And toss everything in there.
Sure, we'll say it fits.
And I throw it in the icebox.
Throw it in the cooler with the beers.
Yeah, mod.
Yeah, but
Oh, wait, the beer's gone.
Don't worry, I can make us more beer tomorrow.
Great, you guys get your supplies. Draq, pulling up research as best as you can on frost giants. They're individuals who are tall. Like, you've already got a sense of like what giants kind of are like based on like the culture of Nell. Like, they are giant descendants.
Right.
Um,
Actually, Denny, I'm not seeing them on our document, so I don't know if we would have anything on this.
that's fine. It's more like
Okay.
this isn't like first-hand account. It's more like
Yeah.
speculation
Mm.
and like second-hand kind of hearsay.
Yeah.
But as with all giants, they're very tall. There's an assumed hostility, and that might be because of people who report on this kind of thing, are scared because they're so tall. But living in an environment like this, they must also be like hunter-gatherers as well.
Okay. Any other information on creatures rumored to come from the north side of the pass that I could find? I just want to like be prepared for things. He's doing his hunter research.
Yeah, I mean, as I've given you in your document as well, like larger varieties of common animals, like
Okay,
giant
cool.
elk, mammoth,
Gotcha.
say, and predators that would hunt those kind of things, like saber-toothed tigers.
Cool. Gotcha.
So yeah, it might be a bit more wild up that way. Yeah. So you do your prep. Is there anything else, or are you guys gonna head out?
I guess while everyone else is doing their prep, Painting is doing a great job of keeping other intrusive thoughts at bay for Abe. So he is gonna keep, or I guess start working on his Varmhall Village scape. And I guess he'll start with one that is just when they arrived in Varmhall Village. And he has the intention to do a second one later that is after the tree was planted. But he'll do the arrival one first to see how it goes.
Very well. So did you want to do that second sketch after the first drawing, or have the sketches done?
I think after the first painting.
Okay. Then... oh gosh. What check did I just have you make to paint the other one? Was it a dexterity based?
Paint it was wisdom.
Wisdom, that's
proficiency.
right.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm going to have you do the same thing because you rolled so well on the sketch. Do it with advantage.
Nice.
Third natural 20.
Not quite. Still good, but 23.
Marvelous. Because it's been half a month, it's not going to be Perfect. But damn, your recall is really good. All right.
And I'll basically spend all day on that if we're not doing anything else.
Yeah, I mean, you could spend like... Everybody else is basically doing the prep. You've kind of got yourself freed up. So you spend like 4 hours doing that prep or working away at that. You can get that picture done.
Perfect.
You
No
are...
painting in the snow for this guy.
He is an art factory, which is problematic. Don't get your art mass produced.
Okay. Are we leaving today, gang, or are we going to wait till tomorrow morning?
I thought you wanted to wait.
I have nothing to do, so it's up to you,
Yeah.
Draq.
Cool. Okay, we'll wait it out. Draq will spend a bit more time with like Ito and his family, and just try to like spread his time as much as he can, make the most out of it, play a few more rounds of Dragon Chess with his mom and dad, and then yeah.
The whole time they're playing, I just look over and I'm just like, Grobo, they're doing it wrong.
And Grobo occasionally like picks up a piece and just like looks at it. And he'll like put it on a board.
It's a good
It'd be
move,
like-
Grobo.
But yeah, I guess once he's done with that, we can head out in the morning.
Fantastic. So
Say his goodbyes to his people that he's meant to say goodbye to.
hey, so you guys spend that next day in Darokarth, getting to spend a little bit more time with your family before you once again head out. Armash stops by as well, as he promised he would. And critiques rounds of Dragon Chess, though clearly he won't play. He's just here to critique, though. And I'm sure some discussions of rules come up when, you know, Azaria plays and everyone's like, hold on, wait a minute, you're not playing with our rules.
Someone explain to them that I'm older than everyone here. My rules are clearly the original.
Back in my day.
Back before Darokarth even existed.
I remember
That's
this
true.
place used to be fields.
Atop a mountain, it was really weird.
Getting here, you had to walk uphill both ways, despite that not making any sense.
This was the only place that wasn't snow.
Global warming. But
Desolation is actually just climate change.
you guys have one last lovely day to just relax before once again you're gonna have to set out into the blizzard. And the following morning rolls around. Abe, I assume you're probably gonna want to continue to draw.
Well, did I finish the first drawing?
You absolutely did.
Yeah, so then maybe, I guess in the morning before we go, I'll pull Nell aside. I don't guarantee that it will always be this fast. But your order, ma'am. And I will hand you the painting.
Thank you. This is beautiful. It's actually crazy, like how fast you have gotten just like really good at art. Like I've been drawing for like over 15 years, but no, it's really like I'm very impressed. What do I owe you, sir?
Would like to smell the sword again.
Yeah, I can do that for you. Did everyone share what their spells were with me?
I think Draq would have.
I don't think Abe did.
I don't think Gideon did. I think he just kind of embraced it and said, "That's a really good sword." Kind of
Yeah,
like
I
had a
don't think
tear
I
up
did
moment.
either.
I wouldn't ask. Like I wouldn't have asked in the moment. I would have respected, but I'm just curious now which I actually know and which I do not. So I know Drax. Do I know
Barbecue.
Zarya's?
Yeah, I probably would have said mine. I don't know if I
Okay.
did then. I also don't remember what I said, and now I think what I would say is different, so the sword probably smells different to me now.
I mean, that's fair. It'll always be something that's pleasant.
Yeah. Yours was just flowers from the wilder.
Yeah, so I think actually what the smell is the flowers that bloomed on my mom's tree in the spring. I think that's actually the smell that the sword is for me.
And did you tell us
Yeah,
that?
yeah, I would have said that.
Okay.
It smells like my mother, who's gone.
Oh god. That's exactly how Rhea would have said it too.
Who's now just a hole into darkness and death.
Wow,
Okay.
it's a good. Oh boy.
Good.
Anyway. Yeah, I'll unsheath my sword. I didn't ask before if you got anything from it. I'm assuming you must have if you're trying it again. I don't need to know what it is. I'm just I'm glad that it does something for you at the very least. And I'll hand it to you.
I sniff.
Quick, run!
No, I won't run away with it.
All right.
Didn't know that was an option, but all right.
You'd be surprised how easy it would be. I mean, it's just as easy as saying I choose to run. So, Adam. Abe once again with the sword. You don't get those sensations of smell, but there is an inherent connectivity to memory. Do you have a question for me?
Did Pascalis have children?
So, senses that the kind of smells that would probably occur would likely be one of a home, something familiar, of a shared space. And that sensation of you get used to a home, and what starts with a smell eventually you grow accustomed to, and over time it kind of disappears just because it becomes home. It's what you were so familiar with it that it becomes passive. Unfortunately, you do not have any scents that give you such memories.
Okay. I'll hand the sword back then.
Was helpful.
Yes.
Good. Thank you again for the painting. It means a lot to have something that reminds me of a home in like a truly just beautiful way, and not just memory can be tricky because it's always a little influenced by your own personal biases, but this is almost like a combination of two homes because it's my home, but it was also painted by you, so thank you.
Anytime.
Oh, actually, in that case, I actually have like a huge list of commissions.
I can
kidding.
get started.
No,
We're going through the snow, so it won't be nearly as fast.
no, that's okay.
All right. Well, it is the morning that you've decided to leave. You've gathered your things up, and Draq, I assume you go and say your goodbyes. Ito is very thankful for the hat. He hasn't taken it off since you gifted it to him. The holes that he cut into the hat aren't perfect as well, so like they occasionally get like stuck on one of the horns. He has to readjust. And your parents, of course, give you the biggest of hugs. Your mother doesn't hide her tears. However, your father will try and hide them. But he's similar to the first time when you left. Your mother is sad. And your father is excited for you, but it might be feigned. But they're both going to miss you regardless of how long you're gone. As will your friends. They just got you back.
I promised them all to send a message every day when I'm able to.
Nava says, I'll believe it when it happens. But message when you can.
Fair enough. And remember, toe in the water first, please.
I'll do my best.
Talk to Uncle Armash. See if he can help. Tell him Draq will owe him one.
He was my mentor too, you know. I have a rapport with him. Though he might not be my uncle. In fact, he's not even your uncle.
No, not really.
Maybe if I just start calling him uncle, I can start getting things.
It might work.
You know what? I'll dip my toe in the water.
I'm so proud of you.
Now get out of here before I get upset with you. See you soon.
Bye.
Bye. And the group of you, unless there are any last minute things.
Does Draq look back?
Of course.
I need you to roll it.
Yeah, roll
Hey,
it.
freaking roll it, bro. You freaking gotta roll it, otherwise it doesn't
I don't
count.
believe it.
Yeah.
Scale 1 to 20. How hard do you look back?
13? I don't know. Like I look
Look,
back.
13?
It's a decision I make.
Okay.
It's a good look back.
That's
Yeah,
nice.
there's some there.
Actually-
There's some there.
Well, because we've been here another day now, what I want to do is give a gift to Draq's parents of some honey. This is probably something that they can't get up here for the hospitality and stuff and welcoming us here. But I will ask Draq to explain.
Yeah. I do so. Just translate whatever you say.
Just thanking for welcoming us all here and for for being Draq's parents. He's an amazing person.
You truly have found a lot of great people out there. And then they proceed to ask a bunch of questions, like how long does it keep? What should we eat it with?
It doesn't go bad. It's the best part about honey.
I assume you just give them the information they need.
Give them all the information about honey.
Let's go
But
over it right now.
I do have to say the really interesting fact about honey. It doesn't go bad.
It's described as the perfect food. Fun fact. So
Interesting.
that's all.
Don't give it to babies. There is botulism in honey.
Oh.
What the hell's
Cool.
a botulism?
Uh-oh.
Botulism is a bacteria.
It's a school of magic.
That's when I become a spore druid. Botulism.
Oh no, it's a serious illness.
I would love to see that.
My villain arc.
That's in honey? What the fuck?
It's the perfect food, Ryan. Don't forget.
Don't worry
So.
about it.
It causes difficulty breathing, muscle paralysis, and even death.
And this
Are
is
you
what
a
don't-
baby?
Yeah, if you're a baby.
Are you a little baby,
So-
Ryan?
Are you a baby man, Ryan?
Dungeons and
Pictures
Dragons
don't look
everybody.
like children. These pictures look like teenagers or young.
Okay, after D&D, I'll explain it to you, Ryan. The botulism in honey will not hurt you unless you are under a year old.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
I can't believe it.
Sorry, there's like pictures of like 8-year-olds with botulas.
My God.
Stop looking this up.
I'm stopping. Fuck you, Google.
Well, there goes our Google sponsorship.
Yeah.
Oh.
And with gifts of honey, good farewells, you all take your leave of Darokarth and back out into the blizzard. It's been a nice few days to just get out of the wind. You'd almost forgotten how bad the storm was. But thankfully, you've got a sort of routine. Draq casts a spell that allows you to walk on the snow. You guys traverse for the day. Elwyn sets up the tiny hut. And now, Elwyn has, at least up to this point, her full capacity of spells. A few days pass. Draq, you kind of follow the mountain range as the one who's leading the pack. You know you want to go north. So, can I have you make a survival check for me?
Yes, sir. And just as a note, Jack would be trying, like, if he has the spell slots left over, he would send a message to, like, one different person each day. Just to be like, still alive, etc.
Could we? Because these are like multiple days. And knowing that like we're having to like go through nature and stuff, could I use like each day we start with like me doing my educator feat to be like, this is what we need to look out for survival wise as we are, you know, danger ahead and stuff.
You absolutely can. Just remind me what bonus that gives. Oh, it'll give him expertise, right?
Yeah, for Draq it'll give expertise. Anyone else who, if you have proficiency in survival, you'll get expertise for a check. If you don't, you'll just get proficiency for a check. If you have expertise, you're too good for my brain.
Heck, I get expertise now.
Amazing. Okay. So, survival. Plus 13. 17.
Still, that's not bad. Your understanding of the terrain, you know you want to keep the mountain range to your right, and that should help guide you north, in a similar vein to how you use the river to know how to travel south. So, you get the bearing, and back into the blizzard and northward you go. You guys travel about 3 days. 4 days. It's... What are you searching for? Why is... Has it been worth it to travel into the blizzard? Grasping at straws? Grasping at rumors? Occasionally there is that sensation of something flying through the blizzard. That weird whatever has been. This darkness. Spirits. They don't seem to interact with you, but it is a bit unnerving to know that it's not just the lot of you out here. And occasionally you see, similar to that yak you had seen on your way into Darokarth, an animal dead in the snow. No signs of anything having attacked it. Anything that you do get a close enough look at, it's more like it is... These things have grown sick, and the skin is tight to the bone. And on the 5th day of travel, Draq, at the head of the pack. You see it. A glow up ahead in the distance of shifting hues. Blue, green, pink. Roughly the same size as the vision you'd had of the bear.
I'll just call out, I see it. The bear. It's there. Do you all see it?
Do we see it?
Those of you who can see through the storm, you do see the light. I'll let you decide who of you that might be.
Not me.
Perception. Lead the way, Draq.
Follow it. You'll trudge with renewed purpose.
As you pick up your pace, as you kind of get closer, begin to see its form a bit more. And as I've described to you before, it's more like a contour, an outline of a bear in these shifting light hues. And it like turns in your direction as you guys get closer. And then it too bounds off further ahead in the blizzard, but the light of it still able to be seen. As you guys continue to pursue, there's eventually a point where that light disappears.
Shit.
But not as if it had like run far off ahead, but as if it like dropped. Like it was there and then down.
Do we go to where it was?
Guess so.
What else would we do?
Look up.
Looking up, there is the snow. There is mountains to your right. But you don't see anything else up in the sky. You can hardly see like you do not get to see the tops of these mountains. Like the blizzard is just so encompassing of this group now. But what do you do?
Draq will like lean down to the snow where this thing, I guess, disappeared. And he'll like start like digging out a little bit.
So you go forward to
Where it disappeared, yeah.
As you continue forward, a large dark figure enters into your vision, a silhouette of something. It's a back toward you, but it is large.
Giant,
Draq will
large?
signal everyone to drop to the snow.
Oh ho ho!
Will do.
I'm gonna cast something new. I'm gonna cast Passive at a Trace on us.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
In that case, well, what is the plan? What are you doing?
We get to the point where it disappeared or no?
No. It seems wherever that is, that figure is at that point.
Is this figure moving?
It's kind of like, well, make a perception check for me.
I assume big old disadvantage on that.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna use my
Oh, yeah.
inspiration. Oh yeah.
All right.
Perception check. 18.
Not bad.
Gideon's got his goggles on.
So it does appear whatever it is. It's like it must be something humanoid sitting down with like their hand in the snow, and they are moving. They're like looking like kind of around, almost as if they kind of got a shock
Okay.
or like were surprised.
Gideon. Ooh.
Draq will whisper to Nell. Can you see if that thing is alive or not?
Yeah, I was gonna ask. How far away is it from us?
Oh, it's probably about within your what is the range? 30 feet?
60.
60 feet. Definitely in range.
Okay,
It's probably
I will
about like
use-
45 feet.
I will use Divine Sense then. Please.
Whatever it is, it's not undead.
Okay. Is it
You'll-
a celestial?
No. It is none of the monster
So could
types.
I didn't want to interrupt the beautiful narration, but could I have casted this when we saw the bear if it was within 60 feet? Because I would be curious if the bear was celestial.
No.
Okay.
So
There will be a moment where you'll hear Gideon sort of like shuffling around a little bit, and you'll hear like a slight whisper under his breath, and then about like 20 seconds later, you'll see a little piece of paper start floating up towards the front as his unseen servant is carrying a note. It says, that thing is moving, by the way. Should I prepare something?
Draq will just try to hand signal just to like wait. And whisper like, should we get closer? It's where the bear was.
I think we need to.
But let's try and stealth as much as possible.
Stay low.
Yeah. I've made it sort of a bit more sneaky, but just everyone be so cool about this.
I'm very
Please.
cold. It's cold as hell out here.
So
Yeah.
to add a little bit more to this. So you've got
Good, there's more.
yes. So ahead of you is this entity. To your right, you've got a cliff like about 30 feet up to another elevation. To your left, and like you were just barely making out these details, there seems to be a drop off of a cliff to your left. So you could go down, but you can't see how far down it is currently. You'd have to get close to the edge. You could go up,
Or we could go
you could go
up.
ahead, or you could down.
Could try talking to it.
We could.
You'll speak all
From-
languages.
From the figure to the elevation, what is the difference in like what is the distance roughly? Can I gauge?
It is roughly about like 30 feet.
Excellent. I'm gonna ask the group. Just a thought. If you guys want to go up, I can approach. I can stay within 30 feet of the thing. So if it goes south, I can misty step back. If it's a giant, I do speak it. Not a guarantee, but we can
Okay.
try. And if it goes sour, we can run or fight potentially.
Right.
I
But
also
you guys will
speak
still be-
giant if you want someone with you, so you're not alone in that situation.
So do I.
Perhaps these.
Oh, I'd rather
wow.
have it be Abe. No offense, Azaria. It's just
No,
when you
that
get up
makes
close and
sense.
personal, bad things happen. So,
I was wrong.
Totally.
Sorry, it was orc I was thinking of. It's
okay.
the
Well, either
cold is
way, I
very
mean,
confusing.
the main reason why I was going to offer is because if it goes south, I can pretty
You could,
instantaneously leave. So,
Sounds good.
and you guys will still be stealthy.
Yeah.
So,
Gideon will sort of just dig a little bit underneath him in the snow. He'll pull out his musket and sort of put a little hole through which he can see through, and then he just sort of starts burying himself in the snow and letting the snow fall on top of him. And he just waits. All you see is a little line of a musket pointing out frontwards. That's it.
Want to come with us?
yeah, that's so great. Could you do that just up on the elevation though, just so that you're removed from the area?
Well, I want to be close by in case things go south.
Yes,
You
so
will be though.
close.
It's only 30 feet away up top. It's just you guys at least are elevated and not within like trampling distance.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe
so it's
slippery up
like-
there.
It's like figure, 30 feet, and then 30 feet.
Well,
There's
this is
more than
daylight.
30 feet on the diag.
Does it,
Technically, yes.
Yeah.
Does it look like a place I could very easily slip and fall if I were sprinting?
Yeah, also, how can we get up the elevation?
They have a grappling hook.
I'm
Well,
not
that'll make
strong
sense.
enough to pull myself up a grappling hook.
Also,
We
that
also don't
means
have to go up. That was a suggestion. You guys can just hang
use it
back.
as-
Why don't we just stay
Yeah.
back here?
Let's stay
Okay.
back.
I got my
Gideon can
plan.
stay buried.
Everyone just
Yeah, he already went
No
out
can
there work and bury himself in the
We'll
snow.
just
So
watch.
This
Um,
creature is just like.
What is
Why
that?
did it sound like there's a whole conversation happening? In there?
What? Why is there a bunch
Also-
of planning going on?
I do also have to ask Christy to roll a d20 for me when she cast her spell.
you.
Dost thou?
This would be an opportune fireball centered on self moment.
A 12.
All right, you're in the clear.
Okie dokie, artichokes. Here I go.
Everyone get low.
Making my way over to the figure.
Right.
And I'm within 15 feet. Can I get a better... I guess at what point can I kind of see a bit better whether or not this is actually a giant?
I mean, like, probably at about the 20-foot point, you get, like,
Okay.
oh yeah, this is a frost giant sitting down.
Wonderful. Okie dokes. In
And-
giant.
And
Uh-oh.
in this seated position, they are, like, 8 feet tall.
Oh. Alright, so probably looking at like a 16-footer. Good. Yeah, 20 feet I think sounds good. I will call out in giant. Cousin, you seem surprised.
Upon you calling out, it, like, whips its head around and talking in giant. Who is out here in the snow?
You cannot see me.
Come closer.
I will move 5 feet closer.
Moving closer yourself, you can see red in the snow. They're injured. Well, what are you doing out here?
I am a wanderer, and I travel many paths. I've been called to this place.
Were you following the bear that just passed?
Did you see it too? Made of light?
I did.
Then yes.
It... do you have any means of patching up? I am... And they gesture to, like, arm, leg. They are, like... They've been attacked by something.
Did the bear do this to you?
No. The bear took me by surprise just a moment ago, but... My companion is... And... As you're kind of a bit closer, you get a better sense. They're like sitting on the edge of a cliff themselves, looking over a lower elevation. I have a companion down there, and something stirs. They've gotten to a higher ground, but they're trapped down there, and I could not save them.
What do you mean something stirs?
The ice worms.
Yeah! Why wouldn't it be? Cool. Am I getting like a friendly vibe from this gentleman?
You get the sense, if you make an insight check for me.
I would love to. I would freaking love to. What's my insight? I'm gonna use inspiration. Just want to know if I'm being taken on a trip here. Glad I used it. 25.
They're kind of indifferent to you. They're hesitant, they're wounded, but they clearly don't see you as an immediate threat.
Okay. I'm gonna come closer. I can heal. This is a dangerous area. Are we a tentative peace?
I will harm you not if you do not harm me.
I can work with that.
What are you as you get closer?
A distant relative in a way. My people are descendant from my personal family, not from yours, but from your brethren, the stone giants. But there's still a familiarity there.
Well, hello, tiny cousin. I appreciate your help. What do you require of me?
Stay seated. Let me just lay my hand on your wound.
And he just like braces himself for like any kind of pain that might happen.
No need. This will be gentle. And I'll start with his leg. Yeah, his leg first. It's less likely he can grab me. And I will do 10 lay on hands.
Okay. And the wound like lights up with kind of that white fire with flashes of rainbow. It almost seems to like cauterize the wound in a way, but not in like a burning sensation, more like a mending, a stitching. And he looks down at what you're doing with amazement. And of course, to give you a better description now that you're much closer, this is a frost giant, so he's got this like light blue skin, a white long beard that is braided, and hair done back in a similarly white ponytail, and wearing a large fur hat and fur clothing.
These ice worms, are they often an issue?
No. They are rare. But when they're about, they are very ravenous. I worry for my companion.
Is he injured as well?
I am uncertain. I cannot see him from here. He is down there. Hold on, one moment. And he cups his hands to his mouth and like lets out like a wolf-like howl. And you hear from down in the valley a similar reply. They're at least still there.
While he's howling, because that's like, I don't know if my friends have visibility on me anymore, given the snow, I'll use that as a quick chance to message Draq, I guess. Be like, things are still okay so far. I think we can negotiate this in a friendly way.
Draq will respond, should we come closer?
Just one sec. Just wait.
Okay.
I believe that would be
Give us a
2
sign.
charges.
Yeah. Boop, boop, bop, beep.
Did you catch that? I asked you for a sign.
Well, you're gonna have to wait.
No,
I'm
like
not.
Yeah. a signal at some point. Doesn't have to be through message.
Okay.
I'll relay that to the group quietly.
Okay.
Do you have a dwelling close to here, or are you out collecting resources or anything like that?
My companion and I were hunting. Yes. We do have a village a bit further north.
Higher up in the peaks?
No, we keep lower. We do not require to be so high up. It would take us away from our hunt.
I gotcha.
But you say you're after the bear.
Well, I'm not hunting it. I think it's supposed to lead us somewhere.
I know where its cave is.
Oh.
If I am in not much of a situation to help my companion, but if you could ensure that they can return to me, I would be happy to take you there. I believe I owe you this.
I think that is the deal. I'm very happy to strike.
However,
My name is Nell.
Nell.
And your name obviously definitely had one, so.
My name is Skull Zeus.
I'll put out my hand towards his gigantic one.
He'll, take your hand between two fingers and...
I'll give him a little bit more for his arm as well. So I'll do 5 more for that.
5 more.
Spice up a little bit.
That is appreciated.
Is that... Go ahead.
I must warn you of the ice worm. I am much too big a quarry for it. However, you might go down really easily. So just be very cautious fighting that.
All right. And it's down below where your companion is? Or is it kind of all over under the ground, most likely?
It burrows.
Yeah, I've got experience with that. I have companions of my own. I'm going to call for them now. They're no threat, but they will help me bring down the ice worm.
Well, hopefully it's more than 2, as my companion and I failed. Take it down.
It's all right. We'll help you out. And I'll just lean over and be like, a signal!
Oh, I did not think she would go so literal, but honestly, that's on me. Let's go.
They just hear a little mutter from in the snow. Some signal. All of a sudden, there's just a little burst of white snow as Gideon stands up from the powder.
Nell, do you have inspiration?
No, I used it for the insight check.
Well, you may have it back. Wow.
Oh. He's big.
Yes. In giant, we'll say, only one of them will be able to understand you in this tongue. Just so you know.
Well, let them know our arrangement. I think
I will.
most of you seem like warriors, so you should probably be able to bring it down. You've got a good number, at least.
We do. And the ones that perhaps don't look like warriors might be the most fearsome of all of us, so I think we should be okay.
My companion down there, if you see a white wolf, do not attack it.
What's so off?
We gotta save that fucking dog, gang.
Gotta get that
I'm
freaking
so
dog.
much more invested.
Yeah.
Gotta save that dog. Okay, say no, a dog? Say no more. We're outie. Let's go, team. We got dogs to save.
Draq will prepare his grappling hook.
Yes, I will fill everyone in on the deal, the arrangement, the ice worm, all that jazz.
Great, more burrowers.
It's just one worm?
One worm?
that I'm aware of.
All right. For now,
those
one
odds.
worm.
However,
Yeah.
I should also give you heads up. I was here hunting a bear myself. But the bears of this region blend in quite well, so I believe it should be here somewhere too. Be wary.
Did you already get like a good hit on it, or?
I did not locate the bear. I was attacked by the worm.
Shoot. All right. Well,
Nell, ask him if he recognizes my garb. If he knows anything about our village.
he is also from a village here in the mountains, although several days travel the other direction. But are you aware of his people or this village or colors that he's dressed in?
I've no personal experience with him or his people, no. But there is a very rare occasion where people do make the way up to our village and have said that there was another tribe somewhere here. So I'm not entirely surprised.
Good to know. All right, let us not dither anymore. We've got a freaking dog to save.
I will do my best to help you if I can from here.
All right, stay safe.
Likewise.
Draq will hook his grappling hook kind of near the giant and tell Nell to tell him, like, if we tug on this, pull us up.
Oh yeah, good call. I'll let him know.
Very well. And you all begin to lower yourselves down to the lower elevation?
I want to run and belly flop off, but I will take the rope instead.
Marvelous.
I will offer Azaria and or Elwyn to, like, give them a ride down.
That
On my
might
back.
be for the best.
Yeah, I'm offering piggyback rides all day, every day. Not for you, Gideon. Sorry.
Each strong person can take a weak person.
It's
No,
a
that's
perfect
fine.
balance in the party.
Gideon will just loop all of his bandoliers around the rope as he climbs. I don't
Perfectly
need
balanced,
nobody's help.
as
Fine.
wellbeing should be.
Didn't want to piggyback ride anyway.
As you guys lower yourselves down on this rope, you come down to a lower level, a valley in this mountain range. And immediately you're not quite on like ground level. Like it seems like you're another 10 feet up from an even lower level. And there are some trees in this area that you can kind of make out amidst the snow. And like a rock island, like in the lower part. Some of you, probably Draq, the more perceptive of you, you see quadrupeds near some of the trees, deer-shaped.
Do I see
Yeah.
a white wolf anywhere?
Make a perception check with disadvantage.
Okay.
A white wolf in a blizzard.
Yeah. That's still a 19.
You do not see sight of him.
Are there any, like, wolf-like tracks in the snow that we could follow?
Go ahead and make a survival check.
Yeah. 18.
So, looking around for tracks, you do see tracks of deer. You see the footsteps of the giant. And a lot of these tracks are like beginning to be filled in with snow. You do see some wolf. And it looks like those tracks head towards that like stone island in the middle of the like the lowest elevation area. And as you guys are getting a read on the situation, you hear the eruption of stone and snow, and off in the blizzard where one of those quadrupeds near a tree were, this long, thick something in the storm just erupted underneath one of those deer, spiraled in the air, did some thrashing about, and then went back down underground. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Neat.
Freaking worm time.
Worm time.
Worm time, baby.
Worm time.
I love worms.
Worm time.
Boom, boom.
Do the worm time.
You do the worm into my heart.
Well, looks like we've got a worm situation coming up for our next session. Well, thank you everybody for being here this evening. As I'd said at the top of the stream, this is our last stream for 2022. Well, at least play Dicely. I might do other things during the holidays. Players, thank you so much for being here. I'm so grateful
Thank you, Denny.
to
Thank you.
DM for you guys. Happy birthday, Anthony.
Oh, thank you so
Yeah.
much. Thanks for the gift of worm time.
Worm
Yeah.
time.
The gift of worms
I can't wait.
and learning
Hey.
about botulism.
Yep, that's
Hey,
the things that happen.
viewers, give your friends the gift of worms today.
Oh no.
Give them the gift of worms.
Can't believe
Oh,
we gotta
no.
wait so long to do worm time, guys.
Everyone loves worms as a gift. Right?
Oh no.
It's wormin' time.
And everybody wormed all
I
over
love the part in
place.
Play Dicely when he went, it's worming time, and then wormed everywhere.
Yeah, me too.
Well, for everybody out there, we look forward to seeing you all in the new year.
New worm.
Happy new worm.
Happy celebrations to you all. Merry Christmas if you celebrate. Happy New Year when it comes around. And we'll see you all in the new year. So until then, may you stay kind, stay happy, and as always, play nicely. Have a
Play
good night,
wormly.
everybody.
Happy worm days, everybody.
Goodbye.